those. Thankfully, I did. I have. Think it's now 4 videos are completed. So we've done a load of things, which is why we weren't able to do the Sunday stream. I'm hoping Sunday stream will return this Sunday, though. But to be honest, one of the other reasons as to why we didn't do it was because there just wasn't any big news. I mean, we could have spoke about SmackDown, but we sort of spoke about SmackDown during SmackDown. And as of yesterday, there wasn't loads to preview for Raw. We just found ourselves in a situation where it was quite a quiet weekend, I thought, on the wrestling news front. There really wasn't much news doing the rounds. There really wasn't much for us to like get our teeth into. And even as I'm sat here now, like we've got a couple of bits, but really nothing huge for us to talk to. You know, Ric Flair has come out with a comment saying that his wrestling days are behind him and that he is now focused on just being the coolest person in whatever room he walks into. So I think he's kind of making it clear that, like, don't expect me to wrestle in AEW. He may have one more match, but my guess is that would be done outside of AEW. So that was an interesting little comment. One that I think will be welcomed by a lot of people. Him saying, like, you know, my wrestling days are done. As well as that, SmackDown has posted a 2.195 rating. So it's coming in at around that 2.2, which for this time of year, for everything that's going on right now, is really strong. I mean, it's really good to be delivering a 2.2 because we've seen a big decline on Raw. Raw has gone from being about 1.7 going down now to around 1.4, 1.5. So we've seen a couple of 100,000 that's gone from Raw. Like, Raw really has slipped. And SmackDown, though, seems to be holding strong. And we've seen a rise in NXT. NXT numbers have been fantastic. Now, we know that they've been hotshotting that by taking down a load of main roster talent. So, of course, it's going to be relatively strong if you're going to be putting in some big names down in NXT. But we're starting to see now, I think it was last week's episode, they didn't have really any big names there. No Becky, no Seth, no AJ. I don't think there was any Judgment Day. I think we had Xia Li turn up, but we didn't know she was going to turn up, and she's not that big of a star. So, you know, they just ran with what they had, really, and they still managed to deliver an excellent number, 700 and some thousand, I believe. So, and we've had a few conversations saying that if people watch on a regular basis, they'll get into that habit of watching week after week after week, regardless of whoever is there. If they don't see or they're not satisfied, that number will start to tail away. So if what they're watching at the moment is not going to bring them back next week, if they were only tuning in for Becky and Seth and Judgment Day and whatever, and they go a few weeks without them, then they might decide, I don't need to watch this anymore, and they might stop watching. So it's, you know, the ratings there are going to be very interesting, but they're very strong at the moment. The ratings on SmackDown seem to be holding around that 2.2. The ratings on Raw have took a hit, and I've got to say, you can see why. Right, I'm going to go down what we've got tonight. I'm always honest, maybe to a fault, right? It's probably not in my interest to tell you what I'm going to tell you, but I don't think tonight's Raw looks great, right? I don't think it looks great. The reason being, because I'm going to go down the matches. Of course, we could have some great segments, but I'm going to go down the matches, and I think you'll see what I'm saying, right? So, first match, Miz against Ivar. Now, both great competitors, right? I've got no issue with that. Miz won the match last week, and he is now going to go on to face Gunther. I can't see, I mean, like, this match with Ivar is just to kill a week. That's all it looks like to me. Ivar is someone that I would like to see get involved in, like, a good feud. Maybe that feud could be with The Miz, and maybe Ivar will cost The Miz his Intercontinental Championship match, right? So maybe this is the feud, but Miz has got a bigger prize on the horizon, and that is a shot at the Intercontinental Championship. So him taking on Ivar just sort of feels like a side quest. That's probably the better way of putting it. Miz should be focused on Gunther. I want to see Miz and Gunther go promo exchange. I want to see something between those two. Miz and Ivar just feels like we are trying to do something extra when I don't think extra is needed at the moment. I would much rather Ivar interrupt the championship match and then we, like, you know, go off in that direction. This just feels like right now an unwelcome distraction. Like, I don't need Miz against Ivar when we know that Miz Gunther is the match that's coming up soon. So I could understand people going, I'm not too interested in that. Not too interested in that. And to be perfectly truthful, that looks like one of the better matches, right? Because next we've got Indy Hartwell against Xia Li. Now, I like what we're doing with Xia Li. We're building her up. She seems to have an issue with Becky. I would like to see us explore that issue with Becky. Again, this match feels like a side quest. I know she attacked Candice, and I know that Indy is going to want to get some sort of revenge, right? I get it. I understand it. But this feels exactly like the last match I just said. This feels like a side quest. It feels like it should be Xia, Becky, Miz, Gunther. We can't do those matches because we're waiting for a bigger show. So for this show, we're having to give you Miz, Ivar, and we're having to give you Xia, Indy. You can kind of understand as to why people might look at these matches and why they might look at this show and they might go, I'll just wait. I'll just wait till we get to where we're meant to be getting to, you know? Because these just feel like filler. That's what they feel like. They just feel like we can't give you the match that we're meant to give you right now, so we're just going to give you these instead. So those are the first two matches. Then we've got Judgment Day against Cody and... I'm not making this up. Judgment Day against Cody Rhodes and Jey Uso for the tag titles, right? Now, if you want to have a conversation about filler, I think anything involving Judgment Day, Cody, Jey Uso, Sammy, it's week after week after week after week. Again, I know they're involved in a Survivor Series story. I know that we're building towards that. I know that this is inevitable, right? They're going to have moments like this because of the fact we're building to Survivor Series. I understand. I get it. I understand. But it doesn't make it any more exciting. It doesn't make this show any better looking at the fact that we are going to see Judgment Day versus Cody and Jey Uso again. Or we're getting some kind of combination of that again. So in my mind, filler match, filler match, filler match. Then we've got Tegan Nox against Piper Niven. Piper Niven, who's one half of the current women's tag champs, who should be involved in tag matches, in my opinion, if you're one half of the tag champs. She is going to be taking on Tegan Nox. I mean, maybe there's someone excited for this. I don't know. So we've got that. Then we've got Tommaso Ciampa, one half of DIY, taking on Ludwig Kaiser, one half of Imperium. Again, this is... I get that they're in a feuds, and I get that you can't just do the match that everyone's waiting for, but there is a real problem here. If Miz Gunther is the match, and you're giving us Miz Ivar to kill a bit of time, right? You can get away with that if it's a one-off. But if Xaya's meant to be facing Becky and you're giving us Xia Indy instead, and that's going to kill some time, all of a sudden it's not a one-off, is it? There's two matches. Now we've got Tommaso Ciampa against Ludwig instead of DIY against Imperium. Again, you're giving us a match to kill some time, right? That's three matches that's there to kill time. Tegan against Piper Niven is, as we said, one half of the current women's tag champs, taking on Tegan Nox. Like, I am all for us giving screen time to the young, upcoming superstars, but the way that they're going about it here doesn't feel right. I don't look at this card. This doesn't feel like a strong card for tonight. The final match is Otis against Nakamura. And again, you know, Otis is one part of Alpha Academy. Nakamura, definitely after facing Seth, should be involved in a feud with someone bigger, a single star, someone that's got a bit more going for them than Otis. Like, Nakamura and Otis, I don't even know where we're going with that, to be honest. So I always like to be honest, and as I said, maybe to a fault, maybe to the point where it's self-sabotage. It would be in my interest to go, no, it looks all right tonight, it looks good, yeah, no. But I'm honest, and I'm going to be honest. I think this card tonight looks weak. I think this is a weak-looking Raw. That's all that's been announced, you know? We are seriously lacking some star power here. If you think that Judgment Day against Cody and Jay is probably the main event for the tag titles, below that you've got Miz, Ivar, Indy against Xia Li, Tegan against Piper Niven, Tommaso Ciampa against Ludwig Kaiser, and Otis against Nakamura. I mean, you could say Nakamura's maybe got a little something about him. You could maybe say that Miz has got a little something about him. Outside of that, they're really, you know, there's no Roman here, there's no Seth here, there's no AJ Styles here, there's no Kevin Owens, there's no Sami Zayn. I'm sure they're going to pop up at some point. I'm sure they'll be around. But yeah, this lineup's not the most... it's hard to get excited about it. And I would get more excited if the young names that we've just mentioned were being involved in, like, better feuds and matches. Like, I'm all for building for the future. I mean, I love NXT. So I love NXT, and I'm all for building for the future. So it's not a case of looking at this going, I don't like these people. It's absolutely nothing to do with it. But what it is these are so obviously filler matches. That's the problem. They're so obviously here just to kill time, just to kill a week. We can't give you what we want to give you because we're building towards it. So we're going to give you this instead. And, you know, they're going to be TV matches. They're going to be interrupted by commercials. Maybe some of these matches could bang. Maybe we could get some pleasant surprises. But I ain't looking at Tegan Nox Piper Niven thinking that's going to be a 5-star classic. I ain't looking at Otis versus Nakamura. I think it could have some few spots in there, but how great is that going to be? How great is Xia Li against Indy Hartwell going to be? Like, there's a lot of filler this week, and that's a real shame. And then you look at the Raw numbers that are around 1.4, 1.5. Not long ago, they were 1.7, 1.8. And all of a sudden, you can understand why. Overexposure of Judgment Day, and now matches which just don't do anything because you've not really built them. There's nothing, you know, Tegan against Piper. I don't even know what we've done to build that match. Honestly, I don't know. Miz Ivar is just based on last week when we had that botched finish, and so now they're going to face like one-on-one. But there's not really much there, is there? And Miz, as we said, has got much bigger things to go on to. So yeah, I don't want to moan about it, but like, where do you hang your hat on this? Where do you go? Oh yeah, I'm really excited for that. I can't wait for that. And what? Miz Ivar. It might be an all right match. Judgment Day, Cody and Jay. Like, we ain't seen that enough times. Like, this looks like a struggle Raw tonight, to be honest. But it's amazing, isn't it? Because SmackDown was so good. SmackDown was excellent. It was a really solid show. We saw the LWO splitting up. We saw like that interesting stuff with Damage Control. Obviously, there was LA Knight, Grayson Waller, little back and forth. There was some really good stuff on SmackDown. Some really, really good stuff on SmackDown. And then you look at Raw and you go, I just don't get it. I don't understand. I don't see how this is written by the same person. I don't see how Triple H, that's giving us and cooking away on SmackDown, I don't know how he's doing that. And then over here, it just looks so flat and so stale. Don't know. Maybe I'm in the minority. I don't know. But that's how it looks to me. I just look at this at a load of filler matches tonight. And that's a good amount of matches to be announced as well. That's a lot of matches. So that's going to take up a good chunk of the show. So I'm sure there'll be a Seth segment. I'm sure there will be some segments. But them segments, by the looks of it, are going to have to do some real heavy lifting. We're going to have to get some real moments here if this show is going to be anything like, you know, even worthwhile. This definitely looks like one that, on paper, that looks to me like a show I could quite happily skip. I could easily skip tonight. I'm not going to. I'm going to hang out and have a chat with you guys. But, yeah, I think if you look at the cards and it looks like you could skip it, that's not a great place to be, is it? That's it. I'm done complaining, moaning about Raw. I've given my opinion on it. That's what we've got coming up tonight. If we switch to a more positive approach, then I would say Ivar's been doing some great stuff recently. I've really enjoyed his singles run. I think him against Miz has potential to be an interesting, good match because Ivar is an interesting competitor at the moment, and I think Miz's face turn makes him quite interesting. I like Xia Li and the fact that she is being so... we're doing something with her. She's being so forceful. She turned up on NXT. She, like, you know, she's throwing her weight around now. Seems like she's not happy to just wait in the shadows anymore. And I like that. So I think Xia Li is an interesting character at the moment. And, you know, maybe she's going to just squash Indy and get like a big win or a win and like move on towards Becky. I can't really spin Judgment Day Cody J. I just don't have. There's not a bone in my body that's interested in that. Tegan Piper, I'm going to struggle with as well. Ciampa against Ludwig. I feel like we've seen it. I'm sure I've seen that match before. Nakamura's good, isn't he? Nakamura's good. I like the way they're presenting Nakamura. So that's the positive approach to it. Let's get stuck into some of the comments. We'll start with Mitchell's very kind super chat, and then we'll jump into the chat. As we said, you know, apologies. This isn't about moaning and complaining. What it is about is being honest, being truthful. I don't think there's any value in people joining these streams and me constantly telling you everything looks great and rosy and that everything's brilliant, and being someone that is just so WWE crazy that everything they do is fantastic. If I see something and I go, that doesn't look good enough, that doesn't look strong enough, that doesn't look like a card that I think is really going to deliver, then I will say that, and this is an example of that. So I would much rather be that guy than a guy that's just lying to you because I don't want you to leave the stream and go off and do something else because I've just told you Raw looks a bit rubbish. You know, if you want to do that, that's up to you. That's your choice. But I would much rather be the guy that tells you how I honestly am seeing it, you know? Mitchell says, Raw has not been good. It's honestly the show I'm looking forward to the least. Logan was a Raw star, and now he's on SmackDown. Kyrie is a new star, and she's on SmackDown. Shouldn't SmackDown have traded one or two to Raw in response? I mean, to be honest, probably not, because Logan has kind of flirted between the two, hasn't he? I don't think, did he get drafted? Can't remember if Logan was drafted. I know he did spend some time on Raw, but I know he spent time on SmackDown as well. Because, I mean, last year, for example, he had that match with Roman at Crown Jewel, and we know Roman is a SmackDown superstar. So, unless he was drafted to Raw in the draft, which I honestly don't remember now. It's a really good point. I don't remember. If he had gone over from Raw, if he was drafted to Raw and moved to SmackDown, then I think you could make an argument for that. If he was a free agent, well, then he was a free agent. He could go wherever he wanted. And then Kyrie coming back in, if she's gone to SmackDown, it just boosts SmackDown. It doesn't take away from Raw. And that's what it comes down to. If someone new comes in and they go to SmackDown, Raw hasn't lost anyone. They've still got enough people to deliver a 3-hour show. They should still be able to do good, compelling storylines. It's just that Raw has gained an extra body. Well, that's good for them, but it doesn't really affect Raw. So the Kyrie one, I would say, is not a problem. The Logan one, I would say, unless he was drafted to Raw and Raw actually lost a person because of him now being on SmackDown, if it was that, then yes, 100%. I, off the top of my head, honestly cannot remember. Cannot remember him being drafted. Maybe he was a free agent, and if he was a free agent, then he could go wherever he wants, and then that would be fine. To be honest, I don't think whatever is happening with SmackDown is really relevant to what we're doing on Raw, in the sense of they've got enough people. They've got enough people, and they are struggling when it comes to star power. I mean, if you look at that women's division, for example, the women's division over on SmackDown has got Bianca, it's got Bayley, it's got Io, it's got Charlotte, it's got Asuka. I mean, it is stacked with star power on SmackDown and in the women's division. If you look over on Raw, we don't have as much star power. I mean, we've brought back Nia Jax because I think they realized that they were lacking a little something in the women's division. I think that, to be honest, I think they got the draft a bit wrong. I think they've left Raw a little bit light. And I think that because Fox is spending more money on SmackDown than USA are spending on Raw, SmackDown is now the A show. That's the show where you've got your bigger names. And Raw is the B show. They would never admit to that, though. They would never say it because Raw has always been regarded as the A. But I think because of money right now internally, I would imagine SmackDown is the priority. I would imagine that SmackDown is where all the focus tends to go. You sort SmackDown first, and then you deal with Raw after. And I think that really showed in the drafts, and I think it shows in the roster. And the other issue you've got is that would be fine if SmackDown was the 3-hour show. Imagine if SmackDown was the 3-hour show, and this was the 2-hour show. Then, you know, you'd probably be able to get away with it. You'd probably be able to get away with Raw and its roster being the 2-hour show. But it isn't. It's the 3-hour show. And so that means that we've got to do more of these kinds of matches, more repetition. Like, the few stars that we've got to kind of overexpose and use again and again and again in similar spots. And we have got to try and build some people. And honestly, building people is difficult because you need good, compelling stories, and they need, plenty of screen time. And it's a hard thing to do. And I don't know if we're trying to build too many people here. I don't know if we're trying to bring through too many people at the same time. But you look at this card, and as we said, you know, you've got Ivar, who is doing some really good stuff, but he's one half of the Viking Raiders still in my mind. You've got Indy, haven't seen much of her. Zaya, we're only just started doing some things with her. Tegan, only just started doing some things with her. Piper Niven. I mean, before she actually was given this tag title, how many times did we see her on TV in 2023? I don't feel like we've seen a great deal of Piper. In fact, if someone told me she was injured this year, for a lot of this year, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't feel like I've seen much of that woman at all. Ciampa and Ludwig, I feel like I've seen a bit of them this year, but I feel like I've seen that match before as well. I'm pretty certain this ain't the first time these two have faced each other. Otis and Nakamura. Well, Nakamura's just gone through a great reinvention. If you want a real success story for taking someone that's around here and getting them to here, I'd say Nakamura is that person. But what we've done since the Seth matches has been very disappointing. It's been very underwhelming. Whatever this is of him faffing around with the Alpha Academy, why the hell would he be doing that? He was just competing for the world title. And now all of a sudden he's got to faff around with Alpha Academy. Like, I think it would be better if he had got someone, like, why didn't we put someone like Akira Tozawa with him? We could have put Akira Tozawa with Nakamura, and we could have had them, like, You know, we could have had him working with Akira, and like, if we want to make Akira legit, we want to make Akira someone that we're really gonna like treat as a proper threat, rather than doing it through Alpha Academy. We could have done it through Shinsuke, and we could have had these two causing big problems. Could have had these two causing big problems to the roster, really, like, you know, keeping him cool, keeping him edgy, unpredictable. Instead, he's just faffing around with Alpha Academy, and I don't even know why. Because what's the end goal there? What's the end goal? Is it going to be that Chad gets the Intercontinental and then he's going to feud with Nakamura? Is that the end goal? Is that what we're trying to work towards? Because if that's what we're trying to work towards, I would just make the argument, have Nakamura do something else, and as soon as Chad gets the title, switch him and then have him go after Chad Gable. You know, you don't need to be doing this stuff now in order to get to where you want to go to. You could be doing something else now that's better, and then you could switch over to Chad when Chad gets the title, if that's the whole point of what we're doing, which I've got to think probably is. Because if Nakamura's not going to be around the world title, then he's going to be around the Intercontinental. But he can't go up against Gunther because he's already faced Gunther and he failed. So I've got to think that's why he's feuding with Alpha Academy, so he can go after the IC belt. But as I said, that doesn't mean that this is necessarily the right thing to do or the interesting thing to do. It's just, there's a lot here that feels like it's killing time, doesn't it? And there's a lot here that's like, we know where these things are going. We can't get there yet. So instead, we'll give you this now. We'll give you these now, but just know that we're working towards these. And when we get there, they're going to be really good. They're going to be really good. But we're not there yet. And that is WWE's problem at this time of year. I mean, we could have been doing Jimmy versus Jay. You know, we could have been doing quite a few different feuds and matches, you know. Rhea against Becky, you know. But instead, we have to wait until we get back round to, like, a big season. We have to get round to WrestleMania season. We have to get round to the start of next year rather than being sat here in the middle of November. Because this time of year, people are watching football and people are going out buying gifts, and wrestling just sort of takes a bit of a back seat. You know, Survivor Series is the last show of the year now. Big show. And so Survivor Series is really your last opportunity to kind of do anything big. But I think that the shows like Raw, for example, I think they feel the effects of this time of year before we even get to Survivor Series. You could make an argument that it's not just December now that's like a quiet month. I think you can make the argument that even November shows like these kinds of cards where it's a bit of a quiet month as we are kind of wrapping up the year. You'll have feuds and you'll have things that are happening, but nothing compared to the summer, nothing compared to the start of the year. Those are the two peak periods. Because that's, in all fairness, when wrestling probably gets its most attention because of the NFL not being around. By the time we get into WrestleMania, I think it's the off-season, isn't it? I think the NFL has quite a long off-season. So I think WrestleMania and SummerSlam both enjoy that kind of run. That kind of March, April, May, June, July, August, that run in particular, those 6 months. You could even maybe go February, because I think there's only the one game in February, which might be the Super Bowl. So, and maybe the semifinals or whatever they are, the conference finals, whatever. So you ain't dealing with loads of games at that point. So you could maybe even include February. The Rumble is right at the end of January, right at the end. They could do it any point in the month, but they do it right at the end of January. So you've got like Rumble, which they say is the start of WrestleMania, which might as well be February 1st. It's normally like January 30th, 31st, something like that. So you've got your Rumble. So you got, as we said, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, maybe a September, but that kind of period there, that 6 months, that's a key 6 months. And then I would say that's when it starts to just settle down. And then, we'll start to come back out of it around, like, January time. And we come out of it quite quick, actually. But then, there's a lot of big things that happen. Like you have Christmas, that's done. You have New Year, that's done. Bang, you're into January. And then, that's where we're starting to kind of build up towards that kind of better period again. So, take it with a pinch of salt. It's just that time of year as well. We do have to bear that in mind. December 8th, though, just talking about SmackDowns that are coming up. December 8th, that is going to be Tribute to the Troops. So they've said that they're going to do that SmackDown. It's going to be branded. It's going to be a special SmackDown that's all Tribute to the Troops inspired, which is really good. I don't know quite what that's going to entail because it's been a while, I think, since they've done a show, and they've certainly never done one under Triple H that's been tributes to the troops. And actually, in this country, we don't even get to watch Tribute to the Troops. It's something which doesn't normally get televised over here, so it's normally a special, I believe, that you lot get in America that for some reason we don't pick it up, we don't get it. So this one we'll actually get a chance to see. So it's been a long time since I've watched a Tribute to the Troops, and also a long time since it's been actually a proper show, if you will, one that actually is going to have to include storyline as well. Because I don't think it's going to be a complete standalone episodes. I think it's still going to have to achieve and push forward stories and all of that. So yeah, interesting that's going to be all Tribute to the Troops themed. So that was another bit of news that dropped, which, as we said, there wasn't much actually over the weekend, but that was one. The other one being about Ric Flair seeming to suggest that he is not going to be wrestling. And then as well as that, we also got the news of SmackDown's ratings coming in at 2.1, which is pretty good. Wrestler Andy said, if WWE were to go down the route of weight classes and each one had about, how many would you have? For me personally, I would not have many at all. I mean, it might even be as low as 2. I think that you have to treat those belts. You have to treat those belts with equally. So in UFC, for example, that it doesn't matter when it comes to a big show, a big pay-per-view show. It's not always the heavyweight belt that's being defended, of course. We only tend to get that once a year, maybe. So that means that sometimes they have to lean on their light heavyweight belt, or they have to lean on the lightweight belt, or the welterweight belt, right? Or sometimes even the flyweight belt as main evented. So they have to try and use the different belts as their main event attractions. And I am such a big believer in this. I really believe that if you want belts to really feel like they are big prizes, then they need to be main eventing. Because otherwise they're just being added on the card, sometimes not on the card, sometimes they're just kind of bobbing around. But one thing that doesn't bob around is Roman's belt. Roman main events when he's on the show, right? Well, when he's not on the show, then it tends to be Seth, doesn't it? And Seth's belt, because Seth's the world's heavyweight champion. So for me, I wouldn't be introducing loads of belts because I think you would struggle to make them feel like they were equal to those heavyweight titles, and they have to feel equal to those heavyweight titles. Just like in UFC, you got, Israel Adesanya was middleweight champion. No one looked at him and went, yeah, but he's not heavyweight champ, is he? No one was having that conversation. No one was looking at George St. Pierre going, yeah, but he's not heavyweight champion. No one's looking at Canelo Alvarez in boxing. No one's looking at Floyd Mayweather in boxing going, yeah, he's good, but he's not heavyweight, is he? But in wrestling, for some reason, we do this. Right? I don't know why, but for some reason in wrestling, we've got one championship, 2 at the moment, and anyone can win it, but I don't think it's unfair to say that attitudes have matured, maybe. I think that we always knew it was a struggle for the smaller guys. Like, bigger guys always tend to win it. And of course they would, right? Because if you're a bigger, stronger guy, you've got a natural advantage over a smaller guy who's clearly not going to be as strong, right? Yes, you can have exceptions like Rey Mysterio. Yes, you can have technical masters like Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels. But by and large, your bigger guys are always going to dominate the top end, and they're always going to dominate that belt, right? So for me, it feels like you do need to have a belt for the smaller guys. I think the problem is if you call it cruiserweight, I actually don't think the average person knows where the cruiserweight division sits. Cruiser sounds light to me. Cruiser, it's a term I don't like. Cruiser sounds like someone that's cruising, that's quite mobile, that to me it could be around a lightweight, and then if I didn't know, I would say lightweight and then maybe cruiserweight, or maybe cruiserweight below lightweight and then middleweight, welterweight, whatever, right? So I could have a guess of it being around there. It's actually just below heavyweight. Cruiserweight is just below heavyweight, and I don't think that I don't think people know this. I really don't think that your average layman, your average casual, knows that cruiserweight means it's actually above a light heavyweight, cruiserweight, heavyweight, right? So for me, I wouldn't go with the cruiserweight because I just don't think that people know what it means. I much prefer light heavyweight or even middleweight. I think middleweight or light heavyweight is what I would go with, and I would treat it as equal to the heavyweight championship. It would main event shows, and it would even close shows if that match for, say, the light heavyweight championship, right? Or the heavyweight junior championship, the junior heavyweight. That's not bad. Heavyweight and junior heavyweight, right? However you want to word it, but just something that makes it clear that it's a lighter weight class. And cruiserweight, I just don't think people know what it means. Same as welterweight, I don't think people know what welterweight means. Middleweight is easy to understand in it. That's in the middle, right? That's easy. And light heavyweight is in the name. It's like heavyweight, but a bit lighter. Again, easy. But what does welterweight mean? What does cruiserweight mean? I just don't think casuals know this. So I would go with one more belt. I would have it for, again, the 205 or below, I think is absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. 205 pounds or below. And I would make sure that was main eventing on a regular basis. Like night one of WrestleMania, B shows, not all the time. It would be in rotation with Seth's belt, which I might get rid of, actually. I might get rid of Seth's belt. I might have just one heavyweight, WWE Heavyweight Championship, WWE Junior Heavyweight Championship. You can be any weight, even the small guys, even Ray can go after the heavyweight belt. Anyone can go after it. There's no restrictions. Nothing changes. Everyone can still go after that belt, but there is a restriction on the junior heavyweight. You've got to be 205 or below, 205 pounds or below, and you can go after that one. If you're above it, you can't compete for it. And everyone is eligible. There's no separate division. It's everyone is eligible as long as you meet the weight requirement. That is it. And everyone is eligible for the heavyweight one. There's no minimum. You can still have Ray against Roman Reigns. That's no problem whatsoever. Ray can go for both, but Brock would only be able to go for the heavyweight. He wouldn't be able to go for the junior heavyweight. And, maybe you would get that kind of exception or something. Maybe you'd get that time where Brock really wants to get his hands on the champ, and the champ's like, I can beat you. I'll put my title on the line. And Adam Pearce is like, no, you can't do that. And you could do a story out of it. So, it's not going to be, super restrictive. We can make little things work where we want to. But as a template, I would go with that. I wouldn't really break it down much more than that. I mean, if someone wanted to make an argument for a flyweight belt, I honestly don't know if we've got that many flyweights in the division, or featherweights. Flyweights, featherweights. I really don't know that we've got that many smaller guys that could even compete for those titles, to be honest. And that belt I would worry for, because if you go big belt, that can main event. Belt just below, that can main event. You can make it work, right? Once you go below that to like a featherweight or a flyweight, then all of a sudden, like, I don't think we've got the roster. And I could see that being something really quick, really lucha, really like an attraction. I don't know. Maybe you could find a couple of superstars that would grab attention that people would want to see, like go against each other to the point where they could main event. But I would think it probably unlikely. I would think it unlikely compared to the other options that would be available. And don't forget, you've got to try and find a way of getting the women's belt to main event as well. The women should also be main eventing. There needs to be real competition as to what belts are main evented. So, like, the women's title needs to be in the mix. This is another reason why you couldn't have loads of belts, because if you add loads, you're not going to be able to treat them with the same, like, respect. And so you'll end up just having belts that just get chucked on the show. Maybe they make it, maybe they don't make it. So I would say I would have 2. Maybe you could push it to 3. I'd be nervous about 3, but I do love the conversation because boxing has got weight classes. UFC has got weight classes. Yet wrestling, which is, you know, the long-lost brother, the twin of those sports, it doesn't have weight classes, and I'm a big believer that it should. I believe it should. I think that, you know, wrestling, where you've got these monsters, these bigger guys going up against the smaller guys, the bigger guys are always going to have that natural advantage, and they should have that natural advantage. And I think wrestling was able to kind of get away with things in the past, because I don't think people were as knowledgeable about fighting as they are now because of the UFC. The UFC has shown us, like, you know, what submissions actually look like, and has shown us how much punishment a person can take, and has shown us, like, you know, what happens if someone goes from a lower weight class to a higher weight class and how difficult it is. You know, Adesanya tried to go to light heavyweight, went up against Jan Blachowicz, got beaten. Granted, there are people that have gone and been successful, but in the history of UFC, there's only been 9 people that have held belts in 2 different divisions. There's only been 9 multi-2-weight division champions. And we know that because one was crowned on Saturday, Alec Pereira, and that was the stat that was shown. There's only 9 people that have actually gone on and achieved it. So it's very difficult to go from one weight to another weight and become champion. And that jump is not that big of a jump, to be honest. Whereas in wrestling, we can see massive differences in weight, huge size differences, and yet we're meant to believe that this is going to be a competitive contest. And I think that as more time goes by, it's going to get a little bit harder for wrestling to convince people that this is a reality, that this is something that can actually happen. I suppose wrestling's advantage is it largely aims itself at kids who don't know, because they haven't got life experience and they haven't watched much UFC, if any UFC. So maybe wrestling can continue getting away with it for a while, whilst it's still aiming itself as a PG family, aiming itself at kids. They're not going to overthink things. But I think if you're an adult, once you, like, you know, have kind of watched a bit of boxing, watched a bit of UFC, all of a sudden there's definitely things that stand out in wrestling. And to be honest, that is part of the reason, I think, why a lot of people do kind of turn their nose up at wrestling as well. You know, oh, what, the fake stuff? And, like, you know, people have got bad impressions of wrestling for loads of different reasons. loads and loads of different reasons. But I think, seeing a smaller guy trying to beat up a bigger guy, if you're someone that doesn't really watch wrestling, I could imagine you going, what the hell's this? I could imagine those people going, this is rubbish. Why am I watching this? He's got no chance. And it is interesting that wrestling is still kind of in the past in that sense. So for me, I would definitely look to bring in weight classes. I love the question. It's a question that we get a few times, and I always enjoy having the conversation on it. I wouldn't go crazy with them, though. I'm not saying let's get several different weight. I just don't think you could commit to that. But no one can tell me that a junior heavyweight title that had Finn Balor, Rey Mysterio, Sami Zayn, all these kind of smaller guys that just get to that 205 level or are a little bit lighter. You can't tell me that division ain't going to be cooking, man. As long as everyone's in it that can be in it. Not like we did before with the cruiserweight belt. That was a load of rubbish because that had its own roster. It had its own show and not everyone was involved. It was just selected people and there were people that didn't have much star power because they had only just come in and they had their own show. They were doing some banging matches. Buddy Murphy, Gran Metalik, Lindsay Dorado, Drew Gulak, the Brian Kendrick. That's what Mustafa Ali, Cedric Alexander, they all came in the Cruiserweight Classic. They had their own show, 205 Live. They had their own belt, the Cruiserweight title. But it was just, it was its own thing to the sides. It wasn't opened out to the whole roster. It wasn't that everyone was eligible. It was just this little thing we were doing on the side. That was completely the wrong way to do it. It felt like someone in WWE had the same idea that we're talking about. Someone in WWE believes what we're saying, and they pushed hard for a cruiserweight title again, right? Because obviously we used to have one in the past, WCWs. And so they pushed hard for it, but I don't know if it was Vince, probably was, that was resistant and said, okay, you can have it, but it's going to have its own show. It can have it. You can have the belt, and you can have some people, but it will push it to the sides, and it's not going to work that way. It's not going to work that way. It's got to be everyone's involved. It's got to be a proper belt that can main event, and your Rey Mysterios are involved, your Santos Escobars are involved, your Finn Balor's are involved, your Sami Zayn's, if he is 205, I don't know what he weighs in at. But, those people that aren't Brock Lesnar, they're not Roman Reigns. They're not Logan Paul. Logan's got a good size. I doubt Logan would make 205. So, yeah, I love the conversation. Hence why I'm quite passionate about it. Jim said WWE didn't go far enough with 205 Live. There could have been tag teams or even trio championships. A. Jobson said the NWA Junior Heavyweight Championship was eliminated in 89 and then revived in 2022. Was it? Yeah, they did. There was a light heavyweight WWE Championship. That has been a thing. So the conversation we're having, I know that a lot of people will be like, it's not happening, so why are we talking about it? And that's absolutely fine. I get it. But it has happened before. And not that long ago with the Cruiserweight title. And don't forget, if it was Triple H that was pushing for that, and it was Vince that was stopping it, look at the world we're in now. Who's to say that these aren't plans that are being worked on? Who's to say that they're not going to give it another go, only this time do it properly, where we actually get a proper belt that could represent those smaller guys? I think the smaller guys, if you think about how underserved they've been in history of wrestling, smaller guys has always been like a bit of a diss, Vince doesn't like the smaller guys. He likes the big muscly guy, the bigger guys, but yet the smaller guys tend to be more technical, and the smaller guys tend to out, I'm thinking about your I don't know what Benoit weighed. But Benoit was on the smaller sides. Dean Malenko was on the smaller side. Lance Storm was on the smaller side. But these guys are guys that could go, man. They could. Eddie Guerrero. I mean, for those that didn't watch much Eddie, he was not a big guy. He's kind of grown in stature now because of like how iconic he is, and you know how much people idolize him, and they're always doing the shimmy and the Three Amigos and all this kind of stuff. He is someone that was not a big guy. I mean, him and Ray were having cruiserweight matches in WCW. You know, him and Ray were great rivals, great friends, and competed against each other often. And it was not a mismatch. It wasn't like flipping Andre the Giant and Hulk Hogan. Like, these two were of a similar size. So these guys like have had to kind of really fight to like get showcased. Because I think a lot of promoters feel the same, that these smaller guys, and it is true, these smaller guys, the airport test, if they walk through the airport, a load of people in the airport ain't going to look at them. I mean, they would if it was Eddie and they knew it was Eddie. But if they didn't know who they were, you wouldn't even turn around if Rey Mysterio walked past you or Eddie walked past you and and he didn't have his mask on and he was just in his normal clothes. You would just look like another guy, right? But, you know, if Roman Reigns walks past you, or John Cena, or Andre the Giant, or Hulk Hogan, or The Rock, like, instantly, without even doing anything, you may notice them, because they're going to be, 6'5", you know, Undertaker walks past, who's around, 6'8", is he? Like, you know, we're talking, they've got that, whoa, did you see that guy? They've got that without any gimmick, without any promo, without any match quality, without any entrance music, entrance Titantron, entrance gear, without anything added to them. Because of their size, they have the ability to grab attention. And that wrestling has been built on that. And Vince looks for that. And Vince takes that ability to grab attention without anything extra added, adds the extra stuff to then create these superstars, you know? But these smaller guys, your Rays, your Eddies, your Lance Storms, like these all have to work so much harder because they don't have the ability to make you turn your heads if they are just in their normal attire. And so they have to work a lot harder. And I don't think Vince has promoted them as much because they're harder to promote. And, you know, really their promos are going to have to kill it. Their in-ring's going to have to kill it. Their personalities are going to have to be oozing with charisma like Eddie's was. You know, they really have to excel. They really have to shine in order to get the same opportunities. And a belt for them, which they could compete for, which they could battle for a main event with, that was just away from the heavyweight belt that is dominated by your Brocks, your Cenas, your Roman Reigns, right? Your Randy Ortons. A belt that's for that, I think is much needed. Much needed. Could you, I mean, think of the matches you could be doing with like Ricochet, Mustafa Ali. You know, we could have really given them something to get their teeth into. They could have got TV time. It could have been for a belt that mattered. Could have been main event in shows. You know, Ricochet against Rey Mysterio. Mustafa Ali against Rey Mysterio. Cedric Alexander in the mix. I mean, some of the matches on 205 Live were fantastic. I mean, some of the best matches in the last 10 years were on 205 Live. There are some absolute bangers in the early days of that show. Not so much when it, like, you know, lost its way, but in the early days when that show was like really trying to establish itself, they were working their socks off, man. Buddy Murphy in particular was involved in several incredible matches. Andrew Gulak was involved in some great matches. Mustafa Ali, the same as well. They were cooking. They were absolutely cooking on that show. And it was just pushed to the side, just buried, hidden away. Very frustrating. So, yeah, we'll have to see if anything does come of that. But I wouldn't be surprised if there is another attempt of relaunching a cruiserweight type title. I would just urge that they think about the name, because I just don't think the average person knows what the cruiserweight actually even means. And that's not a diss of people. Just, people don't watch UFC. They don't really get involved in boxing. If they watch boxing, they might watch heavyweights, or they might watch Canelo, but they don't worry about the weight classes. They just want to watch Canelo, or they just want to watch Deontay Wilder or whatever. They're not interested in what's a cruiserweight. So, I think that they need to have a little think about that. I'd love to see them relaunch it, though. I'm sure that vibe is coming across. William said, I think watching wrestling since I was a wee lad at Uncle Pop Pop's. I'm still here as a fan. I'm 2 kids arguing if wrestling is real or fake. I saw a brilliant clip the other day, where it was a brilliant clip. There was a guy that went up to Vince back in like the 90s. I think it was the 90s. It looked Attitude Era, and it looked like it was taking place in maybe the Worlds. WWE used to have a restaurant in Times Square called The World, which I never got a chance to go to, and I would have loved to have gone to. They used to, during pay-per-views, kind of cut over there, and there'd be some superstars there, and it was a restaurant, and the TVs would be showing the events, and there was a bit of merch that was dotted around. I never saw a tour inside the Worlds. Do you know, that's something I don't think I've ever done, actually. Are there WWF Worlds Tour restaurant videos on YouTube? Because I don't think I've ever seen one. Let's have a look. WWF World Tour Restaurant. WWF New York opening on Access. There's a video that's about a minute long that's got Ivory showing us around as it's opening in the year 2000. So there's a video for that. WrestleLamia have done a video 5 years ago, whatever happened to WWF New York. It was called WWF New York. It was also changed to The World. That time that WWE took over a Broadway theater, that is also from a year ago. Yeah, there's a couple of bits. Still not loads, though, to be honest. That's such a shame. Such a shame that there's no really good... Oh, I need to watch them. Maybe there is, but really good footage of inside the World. Like, as you go in, this was the foyer, there was the restaurant. Here's a look around the restaurant. Here's the kitchens. Like, this is the bar area. This is where we do the meet and greets. Like, that's what I want. And I'll tell you something else I've never seen. I've never seen a good look around Niagara Falls, because at Niagara Falls, WWE also had a shop in Niagara Falls. And what's annoying is I went there and I filmed it, and I might have some of the best footage in existence. And I haven't, my camera's in storage. If I could find my camera and get that footage, I genuinely believe it would be some of the best footage of Niagara Falls shop that I have seen. Because I have not seen great footage of going in the shop and like proper looking around. Now, when I went in, it was probably about 05, 06. So, I'm filming for just myself. I ain't filming thinking this is ever going to be shown, right? So this ain't going to be toy hunt quality. This ain't going to be, hey guys, here we are. It ain't going to be that, right? It's going to be just little filming. It's just going to be little moments. It's just going to be, oh, that's interesting. Film, turn off. Oh yeah, look at that film, turn off. Like it ain't going to be like a good, but actually put all that footage together. I bet it's good. So that is definitely something I need to do. But I have never seen any like really, really good footage of these things. I've never seen anything like really satisfying. But we're getting distracted. I saw a video of Vince. A guy was talking to him, and a guy said, he was really antagonizing. He said, wrestling's fake, isn't it, Vince? And Vince was like, wrestling's fake? What do you mean? And this guy was like, it's all fake, innit? You might as well just tell us. And he was like, I don't know what you're on about. I don't know what you mean. And he was like, how do you feel about the white trash that come to see your shows? This guy that was interviewing him, I think he must have been like a bit of a shock jock. I'm going to stick it to Vince McMahon. And Vince was like, we don't have white trash that come to our shows. And Vince said, have you ever looked in a mirror, though, to this guy? Because if we're talking about white trash, I can see a piece in front of me. And, you know, it was kind of a bit tongue-in-cheek, but you could tell that he meant what he was saying. And good for him as well, because this guy was being a right douche. I don't know why this guy was being as off as what he was being. I think he was trying to, like, you know, shock jock. It was very in, wasn't it, around that time? You know, saying things that shouldn't be said and sticking it to people, whatever. But yeah, there's this little back and forth between him and Vince, which you can find on, I think it's like Vince puts journalist in his place, kind of I think that's the title of it. I saw it on YouTube the other day. I'd never seen it before. And it's from around, like, it looks to be around Attitude Era. And it looked, I mean, I didn't pay much attention, but it felt like we were in WWF New York. It felt like we were in the world. And the end, yeah, it just got me thinking that I haven't really seen a great deal of that footage. Is the rumor I've heard true that the NWA had a TV deal, but they ruined it before they even got to air due to an incident brought up with 212 people on fights? Yeah, well, so it's a rumor. We don't know how much truth there is to it. Apparently, the word on the street is they had a TV deal with the CW network. They did a cocaine spot on one of their pay-per-views, and that cocaine spot has resulted in the CW network going, yeah, no, we don't feel good about this. And actually now there's talk of them being shown on the CW network app rather than on the actual TV station. But it's I don't know if that wasn't the plan from the beginning, to be honest. It could be that NWA said they had a deal with the CW network, but I don't know if they ever actually came out and said we're being aired on the channel. It might be this deal all along was that they'd just get shown on, like, the CW app or something along these lines. But yeah, it's now come out that there is some executives that are unhappy, and that now it looks like that deal is in trouble and all this kind of stuff. So, but to be honest, you have to take all this with a pinch of salt, because I don't think it was ever announced that they were going definitely to the CW network and that they were going to be absolutely definitely on the TV. It was just said that they were going to the CW network. So the app thing might have been what it was meant to be all along. So there could be some truth to it. Yes, there could be some truth to it. But then equally, there might not. William said, in UFC, if a fighter gets caught and goes down, it's covered up by a finish. Show me the difference. Read the super chat, says Andy. I think I was up to speed, was I not? Mitchell said, do you think WWE would ever adopt prelim matches like UFC? I know they have pre-show matches, but could they start calling them prelims? I mean, they could. I mean, I don't think they would. There's not really a reason to change the naming, is there? There's not a... I can't see a reason as to why you would do that unless they just wanted to bring synergy across both companies. You know, but does it make any difference whatsoever? It doesn't mean anything, does it? We don't even get that many kickoff show matches as it is. I don't see it happening. Could it happen? Yeah, sure. Someone might go, oh, it'd be really good if we brought these together. It'd be really good if, like, these matched, that UFC and WWE matched. Someone somewhere within that company may make that point, but I'd feel pretty good that it would just fall on deaf ears. I'd feel pretty good that it wouldn't get any further than that. Because, like, it's not a thing, is it? We don't even get pre-show matches every single time we do a pre-show. And, you know, if they were to just change the terminology, like, it's not actually benefiting anything. It doesn't actually change anything. If you start calling, okay, we've got the kickoff show, and don't forget, guys, we've got 2 preliminary matches that we're going to show on the kickoff show. Like, you could change the wording. It doesn't change anything. It ain't going to make you any extra money. It ain't going to lose you any money. It ain't going to do anything. So the only thing it would do is it would just bring a little synergy between WWE and UFC, but no one's going to notice. Well, someone might notice, but no one's going to care. So could they start doing it? I can't say they wouldn't, but I've got, it's mind-blowing. Mind-blowing, that is. Mind-blowing because it doesn't achieve anything. It doesn't do anything. It's just words. It doesn't achieve anything. So someone might say it as a way of, like, justifying their job. Someone might say it as like, oh, I've had a really good idea. How about we start calling both of the matches before the main show preliminary matches, and that would match them, wouldn't it? But if I was in the company, I'd probably slap that person and tell them to find a new job, because how is that making any money? What is that going to actually achieve? It ain't doing anything. So, yeah. My mind's blown on that because, yeah, someone could propose it. Someone could absolutely propose it, but it wouldn't achieve anything. And it would be just a way of that person just justifying their position, I think. So, yeah. I'd not thought of that level of pettiness, to be honest. But I wonder if there is someone running around that's trying to propose these kind of things as a way of just keeping their job. I don't know. Amazing. Hopefully someone would be there to give them a slap and tell them to focus on something that's actually going to make some money. Matt said, what's your opinion on WWE fast-tracking Richard Madeley to a title shot? Is it the right move? And would you like to see Madeley versus Roman Reigns? No. His time at the top is done, buds. He was in a great mixed tag match with Judy, mixed tag team. And I think there was maybe some scope there, but we never got mixed tag titles, did we? Him going off on his own would never work. It would never work. She was the backbone of that partnership. And I think that him on his own, he can stand on his own 2 legs, but he ain't no Shawn Michaels and he ain't no Bret Hart. So he is definitely someone that is going to struggle on his own. I think that he can hold his own, but not to that level. So no, not something I'm calling for. But Macca said, I've only just joined, and you might have already spoke about it, but could we get a Randy return tonight? He's rumored to be the final member of Team Cody. Could we get a Randy return tonight? I'm gonna say we could, but I'm not expecting it. I think that there is a report that they are going to announce him before Survivor Series because they don't want people thinking that it's CM Punk, and they don't want Randy coming back and people being disappointed at Randy coming back, right? So the report I read was that they could announce it before. My guess would be, though, that right now, I don't know, isn't it 4-on-4 right now? So right now, I don't know that they actually need to get a partner. So my guess would be that we use this week to get Drew added to Judgment Day, and that could be the big cliffhanger. Oh my God, they've got Drew. And then we find out how the faces are going to respond next week. And then next week, we could get Randy, or maybe they leave it for the go home weeks. I think Survivor Series is like the 28th. Is it 28th? When is it? Let's have a little look. Survivor Series 2023 is the 26th. It's the 26th. So we have got... so next week would be the go home, actually. So maybe this week we get Drew added to the heel team, and then maybe next week the go home, that's where we get Randy's return. So we could be looking at Randy returning in a week. He is expected still to be at Survivor Series. The expectation is he will be at Survivor Series. So, and that's the 28th, It said the 26th. I've got the 26th, but that's because it's like 1 a.m. for you lot. It'll be the 25th. But it's the 26th here. So, yeah, good shout, actually. It could be this time next week. I don't think it'll be tonight. I'd be really shocked if it was tonight. But I think that final boost next week on the go home, I could see that. Undercover Manager said, could you see a scenario down the line where a venue is booked for 4 nights? They do SmackDown Friday, UFC Saturday, WWE Sunday, and Raw on a Monday. I could see that, yes, and I think that's an excellent shout. It would have to be a B show, because, well, would it have to be a B show? Maybe not, actually. Because the reason why I say that is because an A show is in a stadium. So, yes, when we talk about crossover with UFC, we're never talking about UFC people coming in and fighting in WWE. We're never talking about WWE fighting in UFC, right? We're never talking about that. I think it's so easy for people when they hear crossover to just take what they see on screen and cross it over, right? Think bigger, right? Think bigger. Think advertising. Think sponsorship. Think venue rentals, right? Think bigger. And so that, I think, is an excellent shout. You book a building for 4 nights, an arena. You do SmackDown on the Friday. UFC do their shows in arenas, even their pay-per-views. So you can do UFC on the Saturday. You could do WWE on the... in fact, you could even change it to... You could maybe even get away with 5 nights, because someone did say that there's a rumor, which I have not seen. I'm going to tell you, I've not seen this rumor. But there's a rumor that WWE pay-per-views could go to a Friday. I have not seen that. But because of the fact that SmackDown is going to USA Network, it might not stay on a Friday. We've had SmackDown on a Tuesday. We've had it on a Thursday. We've had it on a Friday. The idea that SmackDown can't move from a Friday is ridiculous, right? You clearly have only been watching wrestling the past few years, if that's a belief that you hold. It could absolutely move anywhere. The only day that it won't move to is it won't go up against Raw. And if it's on the same day as NXT, it'll be at a different time, but I don't see it being the same day as NXT, right? So if Raw's going to stay on a Monday, and if NXT is going to stay on a Tuesday, I think Wednesday, Thursday, Friday is open. Probably not Saturday, but Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I think would be open for SmackDown. So you could have SmackDown on a Thursday. Easily. It's been there before. I mean, for years and years and years, it was on a Thursday. So you could have SmackDown on a Thursday. You could do the pay-per-view then on this now empty Friday night. You could then do UFC on the Saturday. The Sunday, you would have the building and you wouldn't have anything for it. Could you not use it for NXT? If you've got a big empty building, like, could you not then use it for NXT? And then on the Monday, you could use it for Raw. Now, the only problem you've got is that you are asking a lot of that market. You are asking that state to give you money to go to SmackDown, a pay-per-view, a UFC show, potentially NXT, or you just use the Sunday as a blank day. And Raw as well. Like, you really are putting a lot of pressure on that area. Of course, people are going to travel for the pay-per-view. And of course, I would imagine people will travel for that UFC show as well. But the Raw and the SmackDown probably are going to be made up of people in that area. So, to be honest, I can absolutely see them trying to do something like that, because it's just such a great way of minimizing expenditure. Like, one way that you make money is by boosting the money you take in. Another way you make money is by reducing the amount you spend. And so this would be an excellent way of reducing the amount of money that's being spent on arena rentals. You just rent it. It's got to be cheaper to rent one arena for 4 or 5 days than it has for 2 arenas for 2-3 days, right? So I think that's it's a good shout. I think it's something they could absolutely look to do. I think though that it's a big ask, it's a big strain on the local area, and I think that it's something that might have to be a bit of trial and error. You might try it, and it could bomb. It could really bomb, and then you look at it and go, okay, we definitely can't do SmackDown and Raw. So let's do Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We'll do the SmackDown. We'll do the UFC show because that's a different market anyway. There will be some crossover, but by and large, I think you're probably catering more to a different set of fans there. So that might not be too difficult. So we'll do the SmackDown. We'll do the pay-per-view for WWE, and we'll do UFC. And then we'll get out of there and we'll do the Raw somewhere else. So, you might not get away with doing SmackDown and all of it. Maybe you do. Maybe you do get away with doing all of it. Maybe you do get away with getting absolutely everything involved. But I think you might find that it's just a bit too much of an ask. But, we have seen these things around kind of WrestleMania time in the past where we would go to a place and we would have SmackDown and we would have Raw and we'd have NXT all in the same area, and then you'd do a big stadium show for WrestleMania on the Sunday. We have done stuff like that before, but I mean that's WrestleMania. That's a very, very special. People come from all over the world for that. I don't think people come from all over the world for Payback or Backlash or Fastlane or whatever. That's a different beast, isn't it? So. Bit of trial and error, but that absolutely is something that I think if I was in TKO, I would be very much looking at. I'd be looking at TV deals. I would be looking at international markets. How much can we get from the Saudis? How much can we get from the Qatari government? Because there's money there. I mean, 50 million for Crown Jewel is unfathomable, to be honest. 50 million for one show is I can't even begin to believe. I can't believe it. Can't believe 50 million for one show. I mean, if I was getting paid 50 million to put on one show, I'm stunned they don't have Roman lose his title over there now. That is a lot of money. I think, didn't they say it's more money than 3 WrestleManias or something? I mean, it's just, and that was just Crown Jewel just gone. Which didn't feel like that big of a show, to be honest. I mean, it had a decent-ish card, but I don't know. It wasn't built as big as, say, a SummerSlam. It didn't feel as big as a SummerSlam. It didn't feel anywhere near as big as a WrestleMania. I'd argue it didn't feel as big as a Rumble. But that's a lot of money that they made. That's a lot of money. So, yeah, you can understand why they're focusing on those international opportunities, why they're focusing on TV deals, why they're focusing on advertising, sponsorship, why they're focusing on arenas and stuff like that. That's where their focus will be. This is why when people jump in and they're like, do you think we'll see WWE wrestlers in UFC? You do sort of roll your eyes because you're just like, well, maybe they're just young, maybe they're just young, but that's not the kind of thing that I think they're focusing on with this partnership. I think they're focusing on much bigger things than just, shall we put flipping LA Knight in there against Israel Adesanya? Right? The answer to that is clearly no. So, yeah, I think that's a good shout. I could see that. Mr. Dow Jr. said, what's your favorite NXT storyline? Mine is Johnny against Tommaso Ciampa. They need to recreate that on the main roster. Favorite NXT storyline? To be honest, there's been a few. I mean, the one that comes to mind, I would say the Sammy trying to get to the title might have been it, and then Kevin coming in and him turning on Sammy, and then us getting Sammy and Kevin. I mean, that was incredible. Sammy trying, it was the underdog from the underground. Remember that? The underdog from the underground. And he kept trying. He was trying to get it to the title. He couldn't get there, and eventually he gets there. It's very similar to what we're seeing now. They're going straight from that again, playing that rule book that playbook that we've seen used so many times, the Daniel Bryan playbook. We're seeing that again. So that was good. Asuka coming in and her undefeated streak and just like going up against different people and wondering, is this where she's going to lose? I enjoyed that story. That streak I thought was excellent. Yeah, Johnny and Tommaso, I agree. That was a big story with DIY splitting and them kind of going up against each other and feuding against each other. Undisputed Era, they had some, their arrival and them kind of like taking over. That was really cool. There's a few different, and Finn Balor coming in and like the whole demon stuff. I mean, we hadn't seen that before, but his arrival, coming in with the demon, him going after the title, feuding with the likes of Kevin Owens. Remember Beast in the East? And the fact that Finn, I believe, won the title in Japan in 2015 at the Beast in the East show, which amazingly is like 8 years ago now. It is amazing because it doesn't feel that long ago. But when you actually stop and go, it was 8 years ago, you go, actually, that is a lot of time. I mean, we know that in the wrestling world, like a year is a long time. There's people coming and going in wrestling all the time. But 8 years is long in any stretch of the imagination. And so that was awesome as well. How about like the 3 horsewomen getting called up, but Bayley getting left behind? And then Bayley being like, on her own, but being champion and like really being head girl. She even started producing matches. Bayley is always, I could see Bayley transition to a backstage role, a producer or a trainer or something like that, because even when Bayley was in NXT, she was doing work behind the scenes. She produced a women's match down in NXT when she was in NXT. And look at her now. She's in Damage Control, bringing through, helping to... She's kind of sacrificing her own career, where she could be off doing the Charlotte Flair multi-time champion thing. But instead, she's helping bring through EO, helping bring through Dakota, working with Kairi Sane now. So, like, I think Bayley and what she was doing down in NXT, certainly when she stuck around on her own after the other 3 got called up, I thought that was an interesting title run. There was some good stuff that came out of that. A lot of those stories, a lot of those kind of moments that we just spoke about, they've all come out of Black and Gold. I still think Black and Gold's the best era for NXT. But what we're doing right now is brilliant. There's some really good stuff going on right now in NXT. It's a good time for NXT at the moment. It kind of, to be honest, I don't know. It might have needed 2.0 because I think towards the end of Black and Gold, it did start to lose its way. I can't say that Black and Gold was perfect all the way up until the end of Black and Gold. I think it was stuttering a little when we hit the pandemic. Pandemic is not good. When we go to the Performance Center, there's a lot there that just wrestling in general, I just don't think is good at that time. NXT during the pandemic, not great. And we kind of do NXT 2.0. That was not great, but maybe it was needed because we had to plant seeds again. We had to bring through this new crop of people that needed to grow and improve, and we did all of that. And now look at where we are. We're reaping the rewards now. So your Carmelos, your Trick Williams, your Bron Breakers, all these people that we hadn't really heard of before that came along and were put into NXT 2.0. I think some of them did a few bits before NXT 2.0, but not much. They weren't around for long before. They just really arrived with this big rebrand. We had to go through that pain to kind of get where we are now. So, yeah, I'd say that kind of 2014, 2013, 14, 15, 16, 17, maybe 18. I would say that period, that 5 years, brilliant. But I think you can make an argument 2019, certainly 2020 is, we're starting to see it wobble. And then we go through the pandemic, we go through 2.0, and now here we are with this new era of NXT. I don't know what this era is called, to be honest. The Shawn Michaels era. We're in the Shawn Michaels era, and we're cooking again. It's very good. I would love to see something like that. It worked when you had NASCAR and IndyCar at the Indy Motor Speedway on the same weekend. It could definitely work for UFC and WWE, says George. George, shout out to you. James said, Crown Jewel's just a glorified house show. Yeah, it didn't have that big of a feel, did it? I agree. And considering the amount of money that they spent on it, I mean, mental. Right, I do want to get to people in the chat because I have been waffling for like an hour and a half. Let's get to some comments. Let's get stuck in, shall we? Rick said WWE needed the 2.0 thing for the whole system. It's sad that Black and Gold was over and not the wrestling over sads. NXT Takeland Portland was the end of an era, said Mr. Dell Jr. William said, everyone thinks I'm a perv, even my best friend. I can confirm that. Big Time said, I would say that AEW in its early stages didn't have the strong roster. Once back to touring, they served a product similar to Black and Gold. They purged NXT's top tier talent, and NXT needed to change. Jim said, when Izzy finally comes to WWE, Bayley could be her manager. Go down. Good enough. Good evening, Days. I love WWE Raw. I've seen the dark days of the show. I remember a show back in July of 2011. The entire roster walked out due to unsafe working conditions. So tonight you never know, says Stephen. Callum said, would it be difficult to set up the arena for SmackDown, then transition to a UFC set, like camera setup and arena layouts? I don't think it would be massively difficult because the amount of space that you need for the UFC octagon is got to be roughly about the same that you need for a wrestling ring. So it's not like we're going from an ice hockey game to a wrestling show. Like the layout, I would imagine, is roughly the same. Could it be that UFC just has to have a slight different configuration to what we normally see? Maybe, but to be honest, the tweaks and changes within a 24-hour period, I would imagine, should be achievable. So no, I wouldn't see it as a problem. I mean, to be honest, this is where actually the pay-per-view moving to a Friday makes a lot more sense, because you wouldn't want to do SmackDown on, say, Friday, UFC on Saturday, and then go back to the pay-per-view on the Sunday. I still don't think it's a problem. I still think you could do it, but it probably would be better to do SmackDown on the Thursday, the pay-per-view on the Friday, and then make the change to UFC on the Friday night so that you're ready for the Saturday. So I think that it would be achievable, but then I don't set up octagons and stuff like that, but can't imagine it's a problem. As I said, if we were going from ice hockey rink to wrestling ring, then I would be like, yeah, I can see that what we're saying. But taking down a wrestling ring, it's got to take hours, if that, and setting up an octagon, I've got to imagine that's a similar thing. And, when it comes to changing the cameras, don't even know, how, I can't see it being a factor. I really can't. I don't think there's anything there that seems too daunting. Please 200 said, is that Taylor Swift behind you? What is she doing there? She's a wrestling fan, She's just minding her own business. She wants to hang out with you lot. No dramas. SmackDown, Raw, NXT getting bounced around days. Would you tread careful? If you have 3-4 shows back in the day, you risk burnout and certain shows will suffer. Right now, there's breathing room. SmackDown, Raw, NXT getting bounced around. Would you tread careful? Well, I wouldn't keep moving them. I'm a big believer in, the same time, the same... you do the same thing the same week. I certainly wouldn't be moving Raw on a Monday, then a Tuesday, then a Monday, then a Wednesday. I certainly wouldn't be doing that. I would have no problem with it being Raw, NXT, SmackDown, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I wouldn't have an issue with that. I think that you can make the argument that there's a nice gap between NXT and SmackDown, but I don't know that it makes any difference, to be honest. I don't know. I mean, we used to do Raw on a Monday and SmackDown on a Tuesday, and the ratings were a lot higher than what they are now. So I wouldn't really, that wouldn't factor. Put in wrestling shows, I wouldn't stack them on the same night, but having them on different nights, that wouldn't bother me. That wouldn't bother me. I think there's a lot of people, you know, that watch, if you're a wrestling fan, that'll watch Raw on a Monday, NXT on a Tuesday, Dynamite on a Wednesday, Impact on a Thursday, SmackDown on a Friday, Collision on a Saturday. You know, there's a chunk of people that do that. Granted, we're not talking about loads because we know Collision doesn't get high ratings, but yeah, that wouldn't worry me if I was WWE. That wouldn't factor. We've done shows in a row, and even now we do Raw on a Monday and NXT on a Tuesday. So even now we've got 2 shows that are back to back. And actually, you know, if ever there was a pay-per-view not long ago, that would be on a Sunday. So we would do pay-per-view on a Sunday, Raw on a Monday, NXT on a Tuesday. And so we've even seen like that example as well. So yeah, but I wouldn't change the days around. I think that is messing around too much. I think that is a problem. Like that is, you are faffing about too much then if people don't know what day things are on. You gotta have the same consistency there. This is why when we see like Dynamite move into a Tuesday, like, you know, this is where Tony's having a meltdown. Or if WWE are going to FS1, like, you know, that's a drama. You want to be same time, same channel every single week. And whatever that looks like, as long as you're not colliding with your own show, and as long as you haven't got a show really on that same day, as long as you can provide a show, you know, WWE, I've no doubt would love to have a show every day of the week. I've no doubt about that. Because I know Nick Khan would love it. I'm sure Triple H might have an issue with it. But I know Nick Khan would certainly be looking at the money coming in going, let's go. You know, we'll do like Raw on a Monday, NXT on a Tuesday, SmackDown on a Wednesday. We'll do a women's show on a Thursday. We'll do a show where we're trying to bring through young talents, like maybe a Tough Enough type show on a Friday. You know, I'm no doubt they would love to get something like that because they want the ad money, don't they? WWE is a money-making machine. That's what it is. It's a money-making machine that disguises itself as a wrestling promotion. So they're just trying to sell you stuff, man. They're just trying to sell tickets. They're trying to sell T-shirts. They're just trying to sell as much as they can. But they've always been that way. That's not anything new. So the more TV time they can get, they would, you know, wasn't it Nick Khan that said if he could get 4 hours for Raw, he would take it? Because the question came up, like, will we see Raw go back down to 2 hours now? And he was like, no, if I could get a 4th, I would take it. So, you know, WWE are only looking at getting more and more and more, not less. You know, rather than Raw go down to 2, you know, you could probably say it's more likely SmackDown goes to 3. And I don't even know if they've said what's happening with SmackDown, actually. It's going to USA Network, but is it going to be, what day is it? Is it going to be 2 hours? Is it going to be 3 hours? Don't know. If USA may now want SmackDown to be 3, we might be getting a 3-hour SmackDown. I don't know. I would have to reread that statement that got put out and see if there was anything in there that said that it was definitely staying as a 2-hour show. Kashawn said, do you think tonight is the night that Drew turns heel, costs Cody and Jay the tag titles, and joins Judgment Day? I think we could definitely get that. There was a good point made earlier about Randy coming in. At the moment, I can't see why you would bring Randy in, because I'm not aware of there being a story that we need 5 on a team. I think right now it's 4-on-4. And I think what we need, our next move, is we need the heels to put an obstacle in the way for the faces. It would be a bit unusual for the faces to spring a surprise on the heels. Like, surprise, here's Randy. It feels like Randy needs to be the solution to a problem. So we need the problem. And the problem is, we've just got a 5th member for our team. It's Drew McIntyre. So yes, I could see that. And then next week, we need to find the solution to the problem. And reports are that it should be, Randy is going to be revealed. This was from Fightful, and they did say plans do change. Plans do change. Now, we had a little moan, or I had a moan about Asuka's turn on Friday because that got ruined. What I would say about this is that the Randy report and him being at Survivor Series has been around for quite a while, right? This isn't something that's just on the day of the show. This is something that's been around for a while. So Randy being involved at Survivor Series and being a part of this is something that has been expected, has been spoke about, has been speculated about. And so I don't mind the news that they are still looking to bring him in and that he could be getting involved before Survivor Series, right? I don't mind that news because I feel like that news has been around for a little while now. That news would be a problem if it dropped on the day of the flipping show. Like, if we were just moments away from the go-home episode of Raw and then the news came in, oh my God, Randy's going to be on the show tonight, he's coming back, he's going to join the team, I'd have a problem with that. Because we're literally moments away from watching it and experience it, like, for ourselves. All that news will have done will have just helped whoever has leaked it. Like, it would have helped get them some exposure for a few hours. That's it. That's all that news has achieved. It's ruined it for everyone, and it's just helped that person get some exposure for a few hours. I have an issue with that. But this news, because it's already out there, and it's been out there for a good few weeks now, hasn't it, that Randy was spotted at the Performance Center, and he was expected to come back at Survivor Series. I think the news from Fightful saying that he is looking like he'll be used on one of the shows, on the shows before Survivor Series, so people don't think it's CM Punk. That's fine. I don't have an issue with that because it's already news that's out there. So we did have a little moan. It's not like us, but we did have a little moan about the Asuka news that was spoiled on Friday. Who was that? Was that WrestleVotes? I can't remember who that was. Who do I hate now? I think it's WrestleVotes, isn't it? I think I hate WrestleVotes now. I'm not sure. They're going to get the blame. Dort Knight said, I watch a cheap wrestling game where they don't have the rights. Randy Orton versus Bog Shu are a couple of the wrestlers. Amazing. People's Wrestling Channel said, Orton isn't Reigns. So Callum said, do you know how long TNT Sport have got WWE for? I think a little while, because I think they only negotiated with BT Sport not long ago. And they've just took over from BT Sport. So I don't know that TNT Sport have negotiated a new deal. I think they're just continuing the deal that was already in place with BT Sport. And I think that was renewed the other year. So it wouldn't. I don't think the TV rights are up for TNT Sport next year. I think UK is in a different place than America. I think. I don't think they negotiate everything at the same time, which would make sense, wouldn't it? You want to sort out your American TV rights and really just focus on that, because that's one of your biggest money drivers. So you really want to get that right, and then a different year sort out your British market, your international markets, whatever. So I think they've got it for a little while. James said, I genuinely hate dirt sheets. Big Time said, could you ever foresee a day where WrestleNomics posts Raw on USA was watched by 950, 980? No. I can't foresee that. And the main reason is because they're not going to be on USA Network for very long. So they're at around 1314 right now. I think they could absolutely go down to 1-2, 1-1 something. But for them to completely drop down 400,000, I mean, I don't know when they actually move. Is it like the end of next year? For them to drop like 400,000 in a year would be a hell of a drop, wouldn't it? Hell of a drop. Could I foresee them giving out those numbers for wherever it is Raw's moving to? Well, I don't know where they're moving to. So I can't say. But those numbers of like that kind of a fall going under 1 million, you know, even if Raw gets to say 1.2 and like does its lowest number ever, I've got to think there would be a response. I've got to think that WWE would do something to ensure, because they're not going to want to move to their new network with numbers that low. Because we said before, even if they don't really care about like trying to satisfy USA Network or whatever with the Raw numbers, because Raw's moving, they're still going to want the best numbers they can, because it's a hell of a lot easier to say to people, we're going over here, come and join us, right? If you've got more people that are watching you. If you've got like fewer people that are watching, it's going to be a lot harder to get that message out. So I've got to think that WWE would not allow it to get that low within the space of a 12-month period. And to be honest, I think they're moving in less than 12 months. Isn't it like next October, maybe? I think that's when SmackDown moves. It's more towards the end of next year than the start of next year. But, you know, as soon as we get through Christmas, then we're in WrestleMania season, and we know the numbers will get a bit better then. Summer, they should be all right. So, really, this is the worst part of the year. So, if they're not doing those kind of numbers now, I don't think they'll do those numbers in, like, February, March, April, May, June, July, August. You know, I think they'll be fine. So, I don't envisage it. But once they've moved, it depends where they move to and what that network looks like. And that could be interesting, obviously. All the numbers will be interesting as we get these moves done at the end of next year. Damon said, Dad gave me Steel Cage No Holds Barred match. Damon, shout out to you. Bembo said, did you see Kevin Nash compared Seth to a modern version of Macho Man? I did. I think it's a fair comparison. I think it's a comparison that's been made many times. Actually, a comparison that Seth made himself during Clash at the Castle. I remember him talking about how he doesn't want to really... I think he said something like, I don't want to be this generation's Macho Man. I don't want to be that nearly guy. I want to be the guy. But maybe this is the role I've got to accept. Because the conversation was about, you know, this is Roman's time. And I think Seth really struggles with that, you know. I think, and you can understand it, because Seth, I think, is a very proud man who really believes in what he does in the ring. And I think that he believes that this should be his time. He should be this generation's Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels. He should be the guy on top. He's the best wrestler. He's the most flamboyant. He cuts the best promos. But he just lives in an era where Roman Reigns is around. And so he has to play second fiddle to Roman, much like how Macho Man had to play second fiddle to Hulk Hogan. And so... it's a comparison that's been made before. I think it's a comparison that's easy to make when you look at his ring gear. You know, Macho was very colourful, very flamboyant. And so Seth is obviously doing something of that ilk. Macho was known for his in-ring ability. Seth is known for his in-ring ability. But I would say that there are great differences between Macho Man and Seth Rollins as well. I think that it's actually a bit of a lazy comparison. I think it's a lazy comparison because I think there are similarities, and I think as a quick sound bite, it works because it's a way of communicating that Seth is great wrestler, one of a legend, well respected, quite flamboyant. And someone that's maybe playing second fiddle to someone else. Like, that is Macho Man. Like, unfortunately, he was never quite the guy. He was there or thereabouts. He had a little run. You know, he had the belt between WrestleMania 4 and WrestleMania 5. And he had the belt for a little bit after WrestleMania 8. But he was always just kept busy. You know, he was always feuding with Dusty, or he was feuding with Warrior, or he was like putting on bangers for the Intercontinental Championship, or WrestleMania 10, he was wrestling with Crush. or he was on commentary. He was always just not the guy. He was always given something else to do. And that's Seth, innit? You know, Seth was given Cody to faff around with. And Seth's been given this belt. Let's create a belt, you know? If we'd have done that in the kind of certain periods in the 80s, if we had created a second heavyweight championship, I've no doubt Macho would have got his hands on that. No doubt whatsoever. So I think that it's an acceptable comparison. I think it's a little bit lazy because I think there are great differences as well. I don't think that Seth's promos are anywhere near as memorable as Macho Man's promos. I don't think that his ring gear is, or his ring attire is as special as Macho's. Macho's, like, was colourful and it had tassels and it was all properly made for him. And he had these amazing robes that he would come out with, which must have just cost God knows how many thousands of dollars. I don't think you can really compare what Macho is doing to what Seth's doing, which is just putting on random clothes just to make himself stand out. You know, he's got someone that's giving him like a wacky wardrobe and he's putting that on just to shock and like, you know, that's not really fair to compare that to what Macho Man was doing. Because what Macho Man was doing was having colourful attire, but it was made for him. He wasn't just putting stuff on to shock. He wanted colour and he wanted, like, you know, to stand out and he wanted to, like, you know, really catch your eye. And, you know, you can make that comparison to Seth. But the way Seth does it and the way Macho did it are two different ways. And so that's where the laziness can kind of sneak in a little bit. Plus also, Macho's relationship with Miss Elizabeth was so critical, such a big part of his character, certainly in the early stages. Like, that's no way is that comparable to Seth's relationship with Becky. Like, again, you know, that doesn't quite tally up. You know, and that was a big part of his character. That was huge. People couldn't stand Macho Man, but they loved Miss Elizabeth. Why is she with him? Why is she with him? What does she see with him? She's scared of him. She's scared. She's got to be. She's got to be. I think she loves him. She needs to get away from, like, these are the kind of conversations people would have about Macho Man and Miss Elizabeth because they loved her because she was this sweet, innocent girl on the outside. Cute as could be, the girl next door. You know, everyone loved Miss Elizabeth. But, you know, in the ring, you had Macho Man that was, like, cheating. He was moving her in the way when a person came. Like, if George the Animal Steel came over, he'd grab Miss Elizabeth and hold her in front of him. So, like, you know, and cower behind Miss Elizabeth. And, you know, we don't see anything like that from Seth. And that was a big, big part. That wasn't just something he did once. No, he was doing that night after night after night after night. She was involved and was such a massive part. I mean, so big, it built up to them getting married on camera. It built up and, like, that retirement match where he loses to the Ultimate Warrior and Sensational Sherry turns on him. And then Miss Elizabeth jumps out the crowd, comes running down to the ring. Like, you can't talk about Macho Man without talking about Miss Elizabeth in those early days. And, you know, Seth ain't got anything like that whatsoever. He got nothing like that at all. He's in a relationship with Becky and they don't even acknowledge it on camera. Plus, Miss Elizabeth wasn't a wrestler, and obviously Becky is. So I feel like there are comparisons. I don't feel like it's a terrible comparison, but it definitely has got its limitations if you want to compare them. But yeah, I did see he made that comment. Edward said, Days, hope you are well. When, if Cody wins the championship, how long will he have the belt? I think he should have it for a while. I don't think that I don't think that you should put it on him and then take it off him too quickly unless you're going to do it as a specific story. I did like the idea of him winning it and then getting cashed in on, but that would be the same night. You know, we said in order to finish the story, I think he has to take that belt to Dusty's grave, or, and that's a bit dark, something symbolic, right? The reason why is because we all heard what Cody said. He said that when he saw the picture of his dad holding up the WWE Championship, and he said, "Oh, was you just like Hulk Hogan?" And his dad had to explain, "No, because I had a match. I didn't win. I won the match, but I didn't win the title. And that's the closest I came to it." Cody said in that moment he knew he had to win the title so that he could hand it to his dad, give it to his dad. He doesn't want to win that belt because a Rhodes has never won it, right? Although that is part of it. But he said he wanted to win it so that he could hand it to his dad. And he said that he knows he can't physically do that now, but he can still get his hands on that title. So for me, him getting the belt, definitely people will say when he beats Roman, he's finished the story. And I wouldn't argue, right? I wouldn't argue. But for me, what would be really finishing the story, what would be really symbolic, what would be the absolute, there's no doubt it's done, would be for him to be able to take it home to his family, would be for him to hand it to Dusty's statue, would be for him to somehow even if it is putting it in the ring, looking up at the heavens and saying, "That's for you." It's anything like that would be any acknowledgement of "There you go, Dad," because that's the moment everyone's waiting for. That's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for him to win it, and then symbolically somehow, "There you go, Dad. There you go, Dusty. I've done it, and I've done it for you." Right? That's what I'm waiting for. That's the sweet spot. That's the emotion. That's the moment. If he wins it and holds it up so he wins it and he's battered and he grabs the belt and he's still down, and then someone comes running down and is about to cash in and they successfully cash in, I would make the argument the story's not been finished. Everyone would say, yeah, but he won the title. But unless he gets that moment, whatever that symbolic moment might be, where he can say, "There you go, Dad." If he's just won the match and he's still down and he's like still taking deep breaths in the corner, he hasn't even had a chance to hold the belt up. He hasn't even had a chance to celebrate with that title. He hasn't had a chance to drink that moment in. And here comes Damian Priest, who's going to steal that moment away from him. Anyone that wants to say that that story is now finished, I wouldn't argue with them because technically they're correct. But for me, there's still a part of the story that's not been done. And that's the bit where he goes, "There you go, Dad." And if he's not able to do that, if he's not able to just have that moment with the belt, then I think you've still got something for him to chase after. So I would say, how long does he have it? It really depends what story you want to tell. Do you want to deny him that moment, right, and have someone come running down and cash it in and take that moment away from him? Because if you do, that's fine. I ain't got an issue with it, because I agree that is another mountain for him to then climb. He's got to get that title back. I would have it that he was close. I would have it that, okay, a Rhodes has won that title, Roman has been beaten, but he didn't get to show it to his dad. He didn't get to symbolically hand it over, if you will. So I would say there's still something there for him to chase after. It would still feel very unsatisfactory, and I think it would feel that way to a lot of people. Maybe some kids out there might not know why it doesn't feel satisfactory or whatever, but for me, that's why. He's got there, but he didn't get that moment. So you could go that way. Or if you're not going to tell that story and he is going to have that moment, well, then I think he should have it for a while. I don't think that you should take it off him then. I think if you're going to deny him that moment, there's a story. If you're going to give him that moment, you're telling a different story. And that different story should be that this is the guy, basically. This is the guy that beat Roman. And then we have him defend on a lot more regular occasions, and he can be the fighting champion that a lot of people want to see Roman being, but Roman is just, never going to be that. And so I would have Cody defend that belt, have some banging feuds. I think that he could get past the likes of maybe, I don't know if he beats Gunther or if Gunther's the one that gets him off him eventually, but Gunther would be a name that would come to mind. Seth, you could always go back to that feud, and because you're gonna have a draft. I don't know, I can't remember when the draft was this year, but I feel like it was a little while ago now. Certainly going back a good 2-3 months. So are we looking about August time? So if WrestleMania is like the first week of April, you've got to get through April, May, June, July. You've got to get through 4 months, and then you'll get to a draft. I think he definitely gets through the summer. I think he definitely gets to SummerSlam, and I wouldn't take it off him until at least SummerSlam. But to be honest, he might even get through to WrestleMania 41, and maybe he loses it there. I think that I would have it on him for 12 months, yeah. It's just hard because there's people that could really do with it as well, but I suppose this is where the second world title comes in. I'm thinking Gunther, but we can have Gunther go after that belt. I'm thinking Sammy, but we could have Sammy go after that belt. There's a lot of people that have been starved of like world titles. But yeah, I don't think we should have him like with a short run. I think that we've done a great job of making this belt feel prestigious. We know it rarely changes hands. We haven't seen it change hands in over 3 years. So it would be such a shame if Cody was to get it and then it would start getting passed around, because it would feel a little bit like we're kind of undoing a bit of the work that's been done. The only exception to that is the story that I just said. The one where if you really want to deny him that magic moment, which I think would be a great story, and you're only doing that for story reasons. And of course, he would get back to the title and then he would get that moment. But, if for story reasons, if you wanted to do that, I could support that. Otherwise, I think, yeah, leave it on him for like 12 months and have him like go up against all the various heels who, to be honest, have not really been able to have a crack at Roman. I'm guessing Bobby Lashley would definitely be a name with his new group. That's definitely a feud that you would do. So you would definitely go with that. Karrion Kross would be a name as well. Maybe Grayson Waller, maybe Austin Theory, maybe Logan Paul. And as we said, once you get to about August time, then you get into the draft. It all depends if they want Roman to beat Hogan's record. If that's the case, then don't feed Cody to Roman again at Mania 40, says James. Yeah. I feel, it is true. You are correct. It does depend if they want to beat Hogan's records. I personally wouldn't. I think WrestleMania 40 is a perfect place for that to end. Hogan doesn't have the records. It's not like Ric Flair. Ric Flair is over in AEW, and apparently he's going to be there for a few years. And at the moment, he's got the joint record for most title wins. So you could understand someone making the argument of, WWE aren't going to want him to have that joint record. They are going to want someone to beat him now, So the AEW can't promote him as being the most decorated world champion in wrestling history, or one of, right? But I suppose they could always promote him as one of, because even if he gets beaten, he's still one of the most decorated. So the thing with the Hogan record is that Bruno's got the records. Bruno Sammartino's the longest reigning guy, and Roman ain't beating that. So yeah, you do move him up in the rankings, but is that more important than finally pulling the trigger on the title change, getting Cody to finish the story, and doing it at WrestleMania 40? If you think about how big 40 is going to be. 40 next year. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. We have big expectations for WrestleMania. Imagine what them expectations going to be at WrestleMania 40. Imagine that. WrestleMania 40. So I agree. They may want to do it. I don't see the value in doing it. If you're the fourth longest champion or the third longest champion, it doesn't mean anything to me. I love title reigns, and I love these conversations, but it doesn't mean anything to me. If you're the 4th longest or the 3rd longest, it's who cares? You're one of the longest reigning champions of all time. That wouldn't be enough for me to say don't do it, don't pull the trigger. I think that people are starting to get tired of the Roman title reign. I think it's getting a bit repetitive. I think it feels like it's run its course. It feels like it's been amazing, and it feels like the right time to wrap it up. And it just so happens that WrestleMania 40 is round the corner, and it just so happens that we've got one of I don't know if you could say the perfect babyface, but we do have a babyface that people would love to see finish the story, and we've made a big thing out of that. And so we've got the guy, we've got the place, and people are getting tired of the reign. I think they feel like they're aligning, don't they? But then they felt like they aligned at WrestleMania 39, to be honest. And look how that went. So you're not wrong. You're not wrong. They could do it. I just wouldn't know what's the benefit is he moves up one place in the all-time lists. I mean, if it was a case that he would be the longest reigning champion, I feel like that's a different conversation. But to go from like 4th to 3rd or whatever it would be, I would do the change. Matt says, Days, in regards to going over, are there any subdivisions like double over or mega over or kind of over? Can you explain the levels? I think that's a really good question, that is. I think there are levels, yeah. I don't know how many levels, because those different levels show themselves, don't they? Whereas, like, you know, but I don't think you can say Stone Cold got over, yeah? Stone Cold got over, and Daniel Bryan got over, and LA Knight has got over, and Sammy have got over, but you can't say they're all over to the same extent, you know? Like, Sammy is not as over now as he was earlier this year, and that is just by sheer noise. It's you know, it's parameters that get measured by merch sales, get measured by YouTube views now, get measured by the ratings of your segment, get measured by Google searches. It's just like, how do you quantify that? There is no breakdown, is there? I mean, you might get people saying, oh man, he is mega over. He is so over. And that is more over than just over. But it doesn't have a nice little breakdown, kind of, because we don't know the parameters. It's just done on noise when they come out, really. When someone comes out, if the crowd are going bananas, jumping up and down, throwing babies in the air, then people will be like, whoa, he is so over. Look at this. Wow, I've never seen someone this over. But then sometimes someone will come out and they'll just get a really good reaction. And they're like, wow, yeah, he's over. He is over. So there are different levels. Definitely, I'd say there are definitely different levels. But there's no breakdown in wrestling. And everyone's got their own different parameters, haven't they? I think the bottom line is getting over is what you need to do. That's what you need to do. You need to get over. You need to get the crowd popping when you walk out. And then that means that whatever you do in the ring, promos, matches, it just all gets so much easier. Everything gets easier and you get that momentum. Look at LA Knight. You know, everything he does now, people absolutely love it. Whether it's good, bad, whatever, they absolutely love it. It's LA Knight. He's over because he's over. And he's a cool person to be cheering for at the moment. Same with Sammy, you know. Sammy's over as well. Anything he does now is brilliant. But yeah, unfortunately there isn't. It would be good if there was breakdowns, but then we would never know them unless we looked at the numbers, would we? Here's Cody. He's over. He's definitely over. Let's see what he's going to talk about, shall we? I've got a lot of wonderful memories in this arena. So he's talking about him and Jay. Telling you here. He says that he's going to win the Undisputed Tag Team Championship tonight in the main event. Cody chants. Someone's got a couple of Lily dolls there. I haven't seen a Lily doll in a while. We got a Lily dolls. War Games. Little smile on his face. And looks up to the heavens. So he's going to introduce his War Games team. Is over. Jey Uso. The crowd pop for Jey Uso. Honorary Uso. I tell you what, they really pop for him, man. Are we in his hometown or something? I haven't seen a crowd pop that big for him for a while. Jey Uso making his way down to the ring. Is Sammy. Is over. Let's go! Not as big as Jay, to be honest. Bum, 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 bum. Crowd are singing along to his song, though. Raw is yeets. They were really over for Jay, weren't they? Really over. Sammy is in the corner. So we got Cody, Jay, Sammy, and here's Seth Rollins. I mean, to be honest, it's a hell of a team. It's a hell of a team. The current World Heavyweight Champion, the guy that's expected to be the one that will go on to beat Roman, Sami Zayn, one of the most over stars earlier this year. He's still over now. And Jey Uso, you know, coming out of one part of the Usos, coming out of the bloodline, has been involved in some of the biggest segments over the past few years. It's a hell of a team. Wade says every lyric of every song is being sung back to these superstars. He's never heard a reaction like this. It is a big opening. I mean, that is a lot of talent in the ring, man. Seth gone. Seth looking at Cody. I couldn't tell if they were face to face. I do like these little moments between Seth and Cody. Like, they don't like each other. Or Seth doesn't like Cody. I don't know how Cody feels about Seth. But Seth don't like Cody. Crowd are still singing away. Okay, so Cody's got the mic. I like this intro. Getting to see the Survivor Series team. And as we said, it is absolutely dripping with star power. You're too kind, DC. Is that where we are? We're in Washington. I never know where we are. We're all in the ring for one reason. The Judgment Day. We're in the ring for one reason. The Judgment Day. I wish it was a different reason. Whether I've got along with you for my whole career, or just recently got along with you, or now we've got Seth and Cody face to face. Sammy having a word. Here's Judgment Day. Yeah, there is a lot of history between those two. Here's Judgment Day. Some lovely little moments in there, though. I do really enjoy watching Cody and Seth. Take a look at these four clowns. They can't even look each other in the eye. Yeah, this Judgment Day don't seem anywhere near as strong, do they? Damian Priest, Finn Balor, Dominic Mysterio, JD McDonough. You can see why adding Drew to that team makes a lot of sense. When you step into that cage, I promise you, Judgment Day will be done with each and every one of you. How does it feel being World Heavyweight Champ, Seth? But standing next to Cody, the one man. The one man that you could never beat. How does it feel being World Heavyweight Champion, but standing next to Cody, the one man you could never beat? Doing some stirring here, aren't we? Damien asking what it feels like to... Oh, hello. They're having a pop at everyone. Hey, Sammy, you're a World Championship level superstar. Oof. But after your performance last week, your partners know and we know you're nothing but a loser. Oof. That was a big loss last week. Now he's going to have a pop at Jay. Can you really trust this guy, knowing that he screwed each and every one of you in the name of the bloodline? I tell you what, great segment. They've come out and made some excellent points. Excellent points. Kian, shout out to you. Dominic just trying to talk and the crowd booing him. I have a theory. Once we get to Survivor Series, do you think Cody will announce Randy as a final member? I think it'll be done before. Word on the street is that they don't want people to think the mystery person is going to be CM Punk. So the belief is that it could get announced before. No one wants to hear you talk, Dom. You're trying to pit us all against each other. This match is about power. You lot have been able to get a lot of power through cheating. But at Survivor Series, it is War Games. He's so good with his fired up promos, isn't he? Sammy's just gets you. You're in for the match of your lives. Go on, Sammy. The power on Monday Night Raw lies with the 4 guys in this ring right now. Cody said, I'm shocked you even figured out to get down to the ring without mommy. That's a great line. It is true. Mommy does do everything for him. In my mind, they're just bumping into barricades, just like, Rhea's like, come on, this way. The ring's there. I mean, it's right there. It's right there. Whoa! Damien says he's the leader. That has not gone down well with Finn Balor. Look at Finn. Finn's like... Seth says, shut up. Oh, it's a good segment, man. There's been some great lines in this. I'm dressed for a fight, said Seth. Oh, why is he going to pick the worst two? Oh, that was good from Seth. I'm dressed for a fight. How about we take on these two? You know, the little ones, Dominic and JT. I don't want Damien and Finn. I don't want those. Them two. Definitely these two here. I can beat them. Them two. So, Seth getting all fired up, calling out the weakest two in the group. Brave guy. Big brave guy. There we go. Seth and Sammy, look. Oh, Finn Balor still looking at Damien. Bombastic side-eye. That's what we've got there. A little bit of bombastic side-eye. Oh, that was, I'll tell you what, it was deeply satisfying, that was. I was deeply satisfied there. Oh, lovely that was. I knew this Raw would be good. I knew it was going to be, I said, it's going to be a banging show. No, it's a good opening segment. It's going to lead to a tag match, you know, a throwaway tag match. And then we've got the rest of the cards that we already know about. Miz against Ivar, Indy Hartwell against Xia Li, Tegan Knox against Piper Niven, Tommaso Ciampa against Ludwig Kaiser, Otis against Nakamura. But really good opening segment. Really some good lines in there. Building up the Survivor Series match. Lovely. Wrestler Andy said, what about Cody being the team leader with Rollins as champion? It's like Hogan being the leader in 90 with Warrior as champion on the same side. I suppose he is, isn't he? I don't know. Have they established who the leader is of the face team? They haven't really planted that as a problem, have they? They haven't really planted that as an issue. They're just kind of like both coming down and staring at each other, and that's a tricky one. That is. I suppose Cody does feel like the leader of the group. Yeah, he opened the show, didn't he? And was bringing out the team. So I suppose in a way he did feel like the leader, but I don't think they're making that out like a story. They could dig into that more if they wanted to, though. Tyler said, Randy will return at Survivor Series. Not a prediction. Spoiler. James said, did you see the Zelina pranking Dom video? I didn't, no. Leon said, Priest out of Judgment Day. Roni said, that was a good segment. I really enjoyed it. Big Time said, Sammy in a tag match against Judgment Day again, and again, and again, and again. JMB said, Damien is definitely going to be getting kicked out. Wan said, as we know, they're dressed and ready. Yep, ready for a match, and it has led to that. Stone9540 said, we know Cody will take the title from Roman, but what would be better than if it was Gunther? Gunther taking the title from Roman? Don't know. You see, that's heel versus heel, isn't it? And I mean, you could probably, in the builds, get people behind Gunther, but do you want to get people behind Gunther? Because I think as soon as he's got the belt, then surely he's going to be heel again, isn't he? I think that Gunther is definitely a multiple-time world champion. I think that actually he might be better suited to get it from Cody, because Cody's your face. So Cody could end the Roman title reign, and then Gunther could be the one that gets it from Cody. And you know, he could get it from Seth as well. He can have it from everyone. I mean, honestly, Gunther for me is the guy. I don't think that he is going to be the face of the company. I could see him being more the heel that we turn to when we need a big, credible heel. I can't say that he's going to be like the face of the company. I can't say he's the next Roman Reigns, but I definitely think that he will have multiple world title reigns. I could absolutely see him being the one that ends Seth's reign. And like Cody could end Roman's, and then Gunther might end Cody's. He seems to be the go-to guy for me. He seems to be the guy that I think is going to be causing a lot of people problems over the next 3-5 years at least. Maybe even beyond that. How old is he actually? How old is Gunther? How long have we potentially got him around for? Yeah, he's 36. So in 5 years' time, he'll be 41. And, you know, it depends. You know, 41's all right. That's not a bad age, but as soon as you get to early 40s, I'm starting to think that other people will come along and we'll start investing in younger people, and maybe opportunities will start to get a little bit more limited. He's probably got 5 years to really establish himself. So 36 is not a bad age. It's a good age, and he's got to a really great point. But he's not dealing with tons of time. It's not like he's 28. If he was 28, he could have a 10 years, 13 years, 14 years, 15 years. He's 36. So there is a window there. I mean, 10 years tops, I would say. Tops. And even then, I would say towards the end of that 10 years, he's probably going to be putting others over in a John Cena kind of style, So he needs to really establish himself over these next few years. So he's going to be a real problem. He's going to be a real player. Yeah. Right, who have we got here? We don't have Cody. We've got Seth and Sammy taking on Dominic and JD. Right. Tag match. We're getting 2 members of each team going up against each other. Just a little taster of what Survivor Series is going to be like. Bit of star power involved in this first match to keep people around. Here is the thing said, how about Randy Orton is announced and he gets taken out by Drew or someone else, and then on the day of Survivor Series, CM Punk shows up as a surprise entrant. Liam said, I only just realized JD McDonough's initials are the same as Judgment Day. Would have been great if they had planned that. Chris said it was the best opening segment in some time. BBB Yipsy said, I compare what Seth's doing with his outfits to what Zelina Vega used to do. Wild outfits and big heel shoes. That's true, actually. Do you remember that during the pandemic? We used to wait and see what she was going to come out with because she was always wearing elaborate stuff. She doesn't do that now. She doesn't do it really anymore. She just sort of fits in with the LWO now, doesn't she? Here we go. One amigo. Now Dominic going for a second amigo. And he's looking for the third amigo. No joy. Don't think he's going to get it. No, reversed. Reversed by Seth. The opening was fun, but it's only downhill from here, says John. George said, both War Game matches seem exciting to me. It's Team Cody, it's obvious, said Wan. Jay is the leader, says K-Pop Lover. Nelson said, I think it was supposed to be a double pin, but Ricochet kicked out. El Leon said, Judgment Day are going to turn on Priest. Zoom Station said, Macho was clearly the leader of the Mega Powers. But Days, do you see any surprise happening at Full Gear? I hope Jay White wins the belt. I don't know, actually, because I think they are going to, I'm sure, going to pick up some of those released superstars, but I don't think they can come in for Full Gear. So unless they can get Mercedes Moné, I think the surprises might have to wait. Because I think the Dolph would seem like a no-brainer. Mustafa Ali would seem like a bit of a no-brainer. There's a couple of others that I really like. I really like Rick Boogs. I really like him. I think, look at size-wise, he is so... I can only imagine that backstage he was a little bit problematic, or there was something more going on. Because looks, we know they mean a lot in WWE. And he, you know, he's massive. He was absolutely jacked. And he had a really bubbly personality as well. Like, he could carry a promo. He could have some fun. I was stunned when he got released. I really was. We hadn't seen much in the way of match quality. We hadn't seen much in the way of promos because we hadn't seen much from him. So maybe his promos, when he was given something to really get his teeth into, perhaps they were a bit poor. Maybe his match quality, when he was really putting some stuff together backstage, was a bit poor. We never really got a chance to see a great deal of that. But certainly everything we had seen had looked really good. So I really like him. If I had a promotion, I would be definitely... I'd want to meet him with him. I'd want to meet him with him, and I'd want to sit him down and ask him, why do you think you got released? Or if I can find out any information about him, I'd try and get as much info as I could. Because I'd really want to understand, if I had my own promotion, why he got released. Because from a looks point of view, the guy's flipping out here. He's out here. And we know that he's got a bubbly personality. Some of the stuff he was doing in NXT was really good. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know that there'll be too many surprises. I think that there will be surprises, but maybe World's End is where you might find a few more. Do you remember what happened to the last guy who said he was the leader of Judgment Day? Said Santino. Good shout. He got removed and is now in AEW. Is that the fate that awaits Damian Priest? That's harsh. That is harsh. Wisp said, Dom has got a terrible Three Amigos. I don't know if it's intentional, but when you watch his legs swing, it just looks so awkward. James said, I've sent you that clip. Thank you. She pranked him. On Sundays, we pranked Dominic Mysterio. Oh, it's 2 hours, 2 minutes long. I will check that out after. I have not seen it, though. I will watch it. Do you see Gunther as a face? Do you see him as a career heel? Well, I see him as largely a career heel. I think there could be a moment where he turns face. I mean, pretty much everyone will do both at some point. So, but yeah, a career heel is going to be a difficult thing to do. You know, even Andre the Giant, like, went back and forth. And he's a big monster who you would think could do being a career heel. But actually, a lot of the times, he was a face. He would come in and help the faces. It was only really more towards that run where he was coming in as like a monster heel under Hogan. Big John Studs, the exact same thing as... Let's not get started on Big Show. Randy has kind of gone back and forth, but has been a bit of a career heel. I think I could see Gunther being like a Randy type character, where he's largely heel throughout his career, but undoubtedly he's going to have a run as a face at some point. The thing is, when you're a heel, you are cool. Heels are cool. Unless you're a smarmy, cheating heel, right? Like Honky Tonk Man or the Miz, right? You know, if you're a heel... And, like, you know, you're talking about bragging and all that kind of stuff. You know, Ric Flair limousine riding and all that kind of stuff. Being a heel is pretty cool. And so you should be able to have the people hating you, but there should be a respect there as well, which is what Gunther's got. And then there'll come a point where a babyface is getting destroyed, and then Gunther starts making his way down to the ring and then starts helping the babyface, and it's just an easy... oh my God, it's happening kind of moment. I can't believe this is helping the babyface. This is the best. It's such an easy thing to do. But it only works if you really protect the turns, as I keep saying. I think turning someone to try and fix their creative it's done too many times. It's the easiest thing you can do. There's nothing easier than turning someone from face to heel and just going, well, that's that done. Lovely. But you know, what you actually need to put the work into is the creative stories that you're telling. That's the harder thing to do. So I'm a much bigger fan of finding like really good creative and not turning someone. But I think for Gunther, keep him heel. But yeah, I think you've got to give people that moment at some point in his career. That moment where he comes down and helps the babyface, like Cody's getting destroyed. There's no one to help him. Here comes Gunther. Oh my God, it's going to get even worse for Cody. Oh my God, he's helping Cody. It's an easy one to do. Do you think we'll see Jade soon? It's been a few weeks. Well, I'm thinking that we see her at that NXT deadline. That's where I think she's going to land. But I don't know. I'm not expecting her for Survivor Series. But then I've never thought she should go to the main roster. I've always thought she should go to NXT. So I'm still standing by that. There's a few people saying that she will finally arrive at the Rumble. And that's where she'll make her first appearance, at the Royal Rumble. And those people could be right. But that's a hell of a wait, isn't it? You know, it's the middle of November. We've got to get to the end of January. But then saying that, how long have we been waiting for Gable Steveson? Here's Damian Priest and Finn Balor. And there's Mommy! Mommy's here! Yay! Mommy's arrived! So, Seth and Sammy were taking on JD and Dominic. Outside interference. And shots raining down. Big brawl on the outside. Here come a load of officials racing down. Officials racing their way down to the ring. Adam Pearce, loads of referees, Cody, Jey Uso, Damian, more officials coming down. There's a giant brawl, huge brawl. Mummy is out there. Kick by Jimmy to Damian. Jimmy against the rope, spear. JD McDonough took the bullet. I thought Jay had just accidentally speared someone on his own team, but it turned out to be JD McDonough, so who cared? Oh, Adam Pearce says enough. I'm sick of the games. Another night, another ruined match. They deserve better. Here's what we're going to do. Everyone involved in War Games is banned. You're banned from the arena as well. Well, Rhea's not in War Games. Rhea's not in War. Everyone involved in the War Games match, you're banned from ringside. You'll be banned from the arena. Well, there's a loophole there because Rhea's not. Mummy's not. Come on, Adam Pearce. That's how Drew's going to get involved, said James. Off topic, I've never had an egg with a yellowy yolk liquid to dip in toast. How do you like eggs, scrambled or boiled? Well, if I had to choose, I would choose boiled. And I would choose runny yolk and I would choose dipping. And we always called them soldiers when I was young. But I haven't done it for so long that we would probably just call it toast now. But when I was young, it was egg and shot soldiers. I don't know why. I really don't know why. That's a funny little quirky, probably a British thing. I don't think we were alone in calling them that. But when you get a bit of toast and you like cut them in strips, they were called soldiers. Perhaps it's got something to do with Humpty Dumpty and the egg, you know? Perhaps it like comes from that or something. I don't know. I can confirm that I have not had toast and a boiled egg for, I don't know, 10 years, 15 years, something like that. It's been a long, long time. I can confirm I probably wouldn't call them soldiers now. But, yeah, if I could choose, I'd have it that way. I think scrambled eggs just a bit dull, to be honest. There's not really much to it. So much more exciting. Dunking him. Lovely. Oof. Yeah, give me that. Boiled egg. I tell you what I had. I never have it, but I had it, I don't think for the first time, but it was one of the rare occasions in my life where I had a poached egg. Never have poached eggs, ever. Never. But we went out and they had it, and I was like, oh, I'm going to have poached egg. I don't know if... I feel like I have had it before, but I can't remember. I'm sure I must have. That I had poached egg, and oh, beautiful. It's amazing. So if I was to have my eggs any way I could, fried is the king, as we know. You can't have an English breakfast without a fried egg. Yeah, we know that. Egg on a sandwich as well. If you're going to have like egg and bacon sandwich, it's going to need to be fried. So we know fried is king. Facts. I think you could make an argument for poached being second. But maybe if I had it on a regular basis, I wouldn't feel that way. But I think there's a big argument poached is second. Then I think it's boiled. And then I think it's scrambled. And I don't know if there's any other ways of doing eggs. But I would say fried, poached, boiled, scrambled, going from best to worst. Scrambled bottom. Bottom. And unfortunately, it's the one I've probably had the most. Nah, I've probably had fried most, actually. Probably had fried most. I probably had scrambled second most. Sunny side up, said K-pop lover. I like my eggs hatched, says John. Poached is better than fried, said John. Oh, that's interesting. Chase, you are under investigation. We've got a little NXT thing here. Iron Survivor matches continue. NXT tomorrow night, of course. NXT live tomorrow night. Well, I don't know who's in those matches, right? Mummy is in the ring. Monday Night Raw needs the Judgment Day. Oh, frankly, my dear, I do not give a damn. Judgment Day don't run Monday Night Raw. I run Monday Night Raw. Oh, he didn't actually say she was banned. But you better not show your pretty little face during that main event, because you too, my dear, is Zoe. I know you're not as dumb as you look. So, Zoe won last week. She is the #1 contender. Rhea said she wants to hear what Zoe has got to say. We all know that I'm inside your heads. I don't think she is. I don't think she knows who you are, mate. I'm pretty she doesn't know who you are. I went through all those women on Raw to earn this opportunity. I'm not overlooking you. You've accomplished a lot. Mercedes said she'll 100% be signing to a company in 2024. OnlyFans. The crowd are a bit quiet for this, aren't they? Zoe, I don't think we've done enough work with Zoe. You remind me of myself. You're a future champion. The only way you'll win a championship in this company is if you're on the opposite brand to me. Do you know what I will say? I think that this 40 minutes has been very entertaining. The match was a bit throwaway because we knew there was no purpose for it. There was no reason for it. But mercifully, it was kept relatively short. Opening promo was good. I'm quite happy watching this. Rhea Ripley said, I can juggle everything I need to juggle because I'm Rhea Ripley. I'm not going to say it. It's bad language. It's time for you to get out of my ring. Look at her nails. Some work that's gone into them nails. They've got like black on the edge and then they've got like white kind of going down. I nearly took that title from you at Crown Jewel. And I will become champion at Survivor Series. Yeah, they need to work hard to make me think that Zoe has got a chance. Rhea just feels like one of the biggest stars in all of WWE. I was that close, Rhea. Oh, they've got a lot on their plate at the moment, haven't they? Maka said Days Drew's going to turn heel in the main event and cost Jay and Drew. Juan said, was Zoe ever a champion? I think she had, she might have had tag titles. She was never NXT champion. Oh, Nakamura, I am frustrated. You are blessed with so much privilege. So I am taking away your choice. I love the presentation. It's amazing. The opportunity is mine now. These distractions have not taken my focus off you. Win or lose, your next battle will only be less than. You will only be less than. Not my problem. I will wait for now. Because I know it all ends by my hands. Cryptic. Who's he talking to? Who's he talking to? Here is Alpha Academy. Maxine and Otis. Chad and Tozawa. I think Alpha Academy are on this week's NXT again, I believe. Okay, so I don't think he was talking about Otis, but Otis Nakamura coming up next. Bum, ba-ba-dum, ba-ba-dum, bum. Nakamura. Zoe is really good. This crowd, they don't mean anything, said French Fries. No, I agree. She is very, very good. She is very good, but I just think we could have built her more. I think she's going to be a credible challenge, but I can't see her beating Rhea Ripley at Survivor Series, and that is a problem, really. It would be good if we had someone that really, you know, like if we'd have kept building Raquel and we were finally going to do Rhea Raquel, maybe like, I mean, we have done that match before, but, you know, if it was going to be a case that we were going to do that match at Survivor Series, I'd feel a little more inclined that she would stand a chance. I just don't think Zoe's got much of a chance. But it's a good spotlight for her, and she is a good talent. I do agree. Did we ever find out what happened to Lita, said Callum. She got beated up. We always see these things, as we know. Can you do a poll? Who would you prefer, Randy or CM Punk? We could do that poll. Who would you prefer? CM Punk or Randy Orton? think I know which way this is going to go. But we'll see. If it doesn't go the way that I think it's going to go, I will say, I promise you. Does everyone have a good voice, or you're probably the cringiest ones? Hang on. Does everyone have a good voice, or you probably the cringiest ones? You say wrestlers are bad, then you do yours. Then how about that? Take it back. I don't know what that means. J-Love said, I would actually like to see Nakamura versus Randy. Brony said, Rhea versus Zoe and Miz versus Gunther are way too predictable. Rhea and Gunther are just going to retain. Days, what type of music are you listening to currently? Hello, Alfie. Shout out to you. I spoke about this actually on the Wrestling Escape Pods last week. And I'm not going to subject anyone to any clips again. We did play a clip, though, and I stand by it's one of the best live performances I've ever seen. And it's Bjork. And Bjork's a really interesting artist because she's not really cool and trendy. But she is, I think if you are really into music, she's someone that you are probably going to have checked out at some point. And to be honest, she's not someone that I ever got around to listening to. But I started listening to her a few weeks back, and I'm just blown away by just how good she is. I always thought her music was really abstract and going to be really difficult to get into. But actually, her back catalogue is nowhere near as challenging as I thought it was going to be. Not at all, actually. It's just amazing strings and big vocal and just epic. So we played a live performance of her on the Wrestling Escape Pod, which I genuinely think is one of the best TV performances, live performances I've ever seen from anyone. And I've been listening to her over the past few weeks. So yeah, Bjork at the moment. We're backstage with Sammy and Seth. Here's Cody. Cody's going to have a word with Seth. This will be good. This will be good. I don't know what that is. It looks a bit cringe. In the background, it says DC, and the top part of the D is like a hand reaching up to a basketball. Looks like it's been designed by like someone at high school. Cut it. Quit the foreplay. I need you for one night. 364 days in the year, we can hate each other. I need you. The team needs you. Seth takes a deep breath. I don't like you. I don't know if I will ever like you. But I do respect you. If you need me for one night, War Games, promise you, we're good. Okay. Smile on the face of Cody. I like that. I like that. I like the fact there's a little history there. There's a little niggle there, and we're exploring it. I like that. Well done, everyone. Well done. Here is Shinsuke, and I really like how he got presented as well. I really enjoy the segment that he was involved in. Like the backstage stuff. I think that's great as well. Da, na, 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 na. So, Shinsuke making his way down to the ring. And we will be underway with this match. And it might be all right. Otis has been doing some good work recently. I think Ivar has been the more impressive big guy, to be honest. But this could be okay. Doesn't mean anything. Yeah, on a piece of paper, you see this match, and I think it's got skippable written all over it, but we're all here now. There's worse things that are going on in the world. Do you remember when the fans used to scream Nakamura's song? I wish they would do that again, said J-Love. Mark said 10 out of 20 so far for the show, with Mami and Sunny being here. Zoom Station said Shinsuke promised to medical facility someone again. Let's go. Let's go. Right, Otis and Nakamura. Second match. Oh, yeah. Wade Barrett said, I'm sure this all makes complete sense to Shinsuke. He's throwing in some shots to the midsection of Otis. Wade Barrett's told Michael Cole to figure out who is Shinsuke's targeting. Over against the ropes goes Otis. Nakamura working on the arm there of Otis. Otis being scooped up. Slam down. Otis in control at the moment. Charging over. Collides into Nakamura, who was in the corner. It looked like he was going for that good vibrations. Is he going to do it? Is Otis going to do it? Ah! Otis does good vibrations! Not something I ever want to see again, says Wade Barrett. I look at Otis, and I can't believe he was the most popular wrestler at the start of the pandemic era, says Benmo. J-Love said, this Raw has been good so far. I knew it wouldn't be bad. We still have 2 hours to go. Bjork was in the band The Sugar Cubes. She was, and that's a band I've not listened to. But she was with them with the 80s, and then she went solo in the early 90s. In fact, she was solo before that. She had an album out when she was like 8 or something. Which I don't know if you can still get. I don't want it. But yeah, good knowledge. Robs said there was 5 stars on the wall over Seth Rollins' right shoulder in that Cody segment. It's CM Punk confirmed. Oh my God. Great shout. Robs, great shout. Mark said, I love how Nakamura was just sitting there. Like, really? Hard to believe Otis was Mr. Money in the Bank at one point, said Ezra. Drop a like on the stream, Trini. Shout out to you. I hope you're well. Robert said, I tweeted about Ivar's little cameo during the Seth Cody segments. Oh, was he in the background, was he? You tweeted about his little cameo. I didn't notice him in the background. Ivar in the background. Yeah, he was. Good spot. I'll put it on screen. Robert, shout out to you. I wonder if that was intentional, or if he just came out of the locker room. I don't know who he's talking to. Imagine if that was Valhalla. Valhalla in just like normal clothes. You don't know, do you? I mean, like, the thing is, when you're walking around backstage and they're filming these little promos in different areas, you do sometimes get people that just pop out. So I genuinely, I don't know if that was intentional or not intentional. But there's maybe an outside chance that it wasn't intentional. And it does look like a woman, that does. And I could believe that is Valhalla. And if that's Valhalla, then I definitely don't think it was intentional. So if that's a little botch, that could be a bit fun. Or maybe they're planting a little seed that he's going to get involved in something. Do you think Randy would actually win one last title once he comes back? I think he could. I don't think he will at the start, because I think he's been out so long that I expect them to protect him with tag matches. And like, I can't see him. If he's going to have a singles match, it's going to be against low level. The idea of him coming back and just going after like titles and everything, like, nah. He's, you know, this injury he had was like one that could have ended his career. So I really don't see that being the case of him coming back and all this. There was a rumor that had been doing the rounds that he was going to go after a title when he came back. I didn't see that rumor. Apparently it was all over Instagram or something. But again, you know, it's people making up rubbish. Fightful have come out and said it's a load of rubbish. There's nothing to it. They checked with a few different people. Sources within WWE don't even know where that rumor started. So if it's based on that, apparently it's a load of rubbish. But as I said before, like, could he get another title before he retires? Yeah, well, yeah, definitely. I can't say it'll be a world title, because I don't know that he'll be factored in for anything like that. But yeah, I mean, he could definitely win tag titles with someone. He could definitely get a mid-card title, couldn't he? He could get a world title. I just think that's a big ask, considering he's been out for so long. I can't say that he's going to come back and win a world title. Right, Otis charging over against the ropes. Back elbow by Shinsuke, but it doesn't stop Otis. Otis just keeps charging. He collides into Nakamura. Otis was doing what Otis wanted to do there. Didn't matter that Nakamura delivered a back elbow. Otis was still going to keep going. God bless him. Over in the corner goes Nakamura. Otis collides into him. Clothesline. Nakamura goes down. And the shirt is ripped by Otis. Now I think we're going to get the caterpillar. Otis goes to that caterpillar. Gets back up. Hits the elbow. 1, 2. Kick out by Shinsuke. Shinsuke kicks out. Ivar isn't a Viking that pops up when Valhalla says she's here, and they say that kayfabe is dead, says Bembo. Great show. Raw is okay too. Jeremy, shout out to you, my friends. Here we've got Otis in the corner. Shinsuke up top as well. Shinsuke slips through the legs. Pulls at the leg of Otis. Otis stumbles into the middle of the ring. Kick coming in. Oh, lovely work. Lovely work. Missed with the first kick. Hit him with the follow-up. Shinsuke back in the corner. Gonna go for the Kinshasa. Oh, didn't get it. 1, 2. World's Strongest Slam. Only gets a 2 by Otis. This match is not a bad little battle. Otis going up top. Otis looking for a Vader bomb, but here we go. Shinsuke on that middle row. Kinshasa didn't look very good, actually, and it didn't knock down Otis. Otis stayed on his feet. Drop kick to the back of the legs there. Oh, Kinshasa to the back of the heads. Otis, though. Otis still not going down by these Kinshasas. A third one, and that was good. That was better. 1, 2, 3. Do you know what? I like that. I really like that. I really like the fact he delivered a Kinshasa. It didn't look very good. And Otis, he didn't no-sell it, but the effects of it just weren't that strong. And then he delivered another one that also didn't look brilliant. And that one didn't quite do it. But the third one, which did look really good, it was the best looking one. That one actually put him away. So it took 3 Kinshasas to do it. Two of them didn't look great. First one didn't look great. Second one was okay. Third was the better one. Chad is saying don't. Oh, he goes over. He pushes Chad. So, is this going to be next week? Nakamura defeating Tozawa, defeating Otis, and now picking a fight with Chads. In 2 weeks' time, he's going to have a match with Maxine. Come on! So, next week we do Nakamura Chad. Who is he referring to, though? Who is his main target? Not a GTS in sight, said James. Right, we've got a little advert for War Games. War Games. Give us Maxine Shinsuke already, said the guy. Yeah, man. Cowards. Give the people what they want. Weird way to get from hour 1 to hour 2, isn't it? Normally, the link between hour 1 and hour 2 is a really important link. And we haven't really done anything. We've had a match end. And now we've just got a little video package. So, interesting timing-wise tonight. I don't know why we've not done Summer. One cage. So, we're just seeing some of the previous War Games matches. Let the War Games begin. So they're just going down the official rules of War Games. In 10 weeks, Shinsuke will face Chad Gable's unborn grandson. Let's go. Dream match. Mark said, doesn't feel the same without Regal saying War Games in the open. Okay, what's next? We're backstage with Seth Rollins. I'm on Ivar watch now. Is Ivar stalking Seth? That wouldn't be bad, actually, would it? Seth Ivar. Yeah, fun little match. Here's Drew. If I lost at Crown Jewel, I'd have no one to blame but myself. And you was right. The summer I've wanted to give you since last Saturday is going to kiss him. Kiss him. God, kiss him. Oh, he puts his hand out. The summer I wanted to give you since last Saturday. Drew puts his hand out. Seth, you're representing that title the way a world champion should. I will get that rematch, says Drew. Seth says, I know you will, big man. I know you will. Seth walks off. I didn't see anyone. Here's Piper Niven. Well, at least this means we get some Chelsea Green. Chelsea Green. Brilliant. Chelsea Green and Piper Niven making their way down to the ring. They're going to be taking on Tegan. Chelsea Green. Drew should have won. Drew heel turn incoming. Did you click the link I've posted? It's a bit... William, shout to you. Apparently it's very popular with kids. Karina said, Days, what makes the video package so inspiring? What was your fave? Mine was Cody Roman at WrestleMania. I think there's been some brilliant... I mean, like, the one video package that would come to mind would be the whole Daniel Bryan one, because there was so much to that story. And the whole Yeselmania thing was so monumental that seeing like how we got to that was a big one. So there's been some fantastic ones. I think it just depends on how good the feud has been, doesn't it? You know, like Sammy and Roman, like the whole backstory to that was so good. And there were so many great moments that it made for a great video package. So I think it just depends on how good the build has been, how good the story has been, how, you know, if there's been any big iconic moments. And that's what makes a great video package. Variety. To be honest, Becky, Charlotte, and Ronda didn't have a bad video package. Remember when they got arrested? And we got that I mean, that's one of the most bonkers backstage segments I've ever seen. With like Ronda getting arrested. We're all getting arrested. Ronda got put in the car. She then jumps in the front, drives the car, crashes into another car. Kicking out the window, and they're fighting with police, and I mean it's one of the craziest brawls backstage, and that kind of variety in a video package makes for a more interesting video. If it's just endless promos and the same kind of thing week after week, that's going to be quite dull. But if you can mix in some, you know, juicy moments like the honorary use moment, or Sammy when he finally low-blowed Kevin, or that backstage getting arrested type stuff, like all that stuff that you can drop in makes it more engaging. James said Kevin Kelly has left New Japan. Oh, that's a big loss for them. Well, maybe not for, well, I don't know actually. I was going to say, I mean, maybe not for them domestically, but internationally, he's just been synonymous with New Japan, so that's a loss. I mean, he's currently working with AEW, isn't he? So I don't know if he's just going to go and do more work with AEW. That's a shame. Alex talks wrestling. YT, shout out to you. Do you think Drew gets added tonight to the War Games match? Or do they do it next week with Randy? Unless they're making us wait till War Games. Well, word on the street is they don't want to have people thinking that CM Punk's going to be at Survivor Series. So they are going to not go with the mystery partner angle. So I am expecting Randy to be announced for next week's. Next week's the go home. So that means Drew either this week or next week. It's hard to know if it'll be this week or if it'll be next week. You know, everyone said, didn't they, earlier, because of people being banned from ringside, that it opens it up for Drew. Drew's just done a little moment there where he shook Seth's hands and, you know, thanks a lot for the match. And, you know, that'll mean the swerve has a bit more impact later. So, yeah, I mean, it absolutely looks like it's going to be tonight. It absolutely looks like Drew's going to interfere and cost Jay and Cody. And then Seth will come down and, you know, we'll get a little confrontation. So I could see it being tonight. But if they decide to delay it until next week, they absolutely could. But I think, to be honest, it's Randy next week. Here's a little video package for Tegan. Mitchell said, I honestly miss when the video packages were matched with the songs. That really got me into it. Also, I miss Chelsea and Piper as the Heart Foundation. They were great. Tegan says the last year of her career was the craziest of her life. I've learned I can hang with the best of them. Tegan Knox, your favorite WWE superstar? Not even close, mate. Right, CM Punk return Monday Night Raw, said Dakota. Maybe Styles in War Games, maybe Punk in War Games, but most likely it'll be Randy, says Aiden. Tegan coming out with Natalia. I could see these two being a tag team. I think they are starting to team together, and it probably makes sense as to why we're doing this little feuds. Piper and Chelsea against Natalia and Tegan. The tournament they had in NXT, Rising Star, some we knew and some we didn't. Every year on Raw and SmackDown, NXT, the first year. Now, they've done breakout tournaments before, and they're good. And there should be a guys one, a men's one that starts soon. So they are going to continue doing those breakout tournaments. Russell Andy said, Days Bob Backlund should challenge Roman for the title when Roman reaches the point of his reign. Yeah, that would be brilliant. Because he's got the kind of personality where he would definitely do that. He's a very out there, eccentric cat. It would make a lot of sense for him to challenge Roman. Roman could even... Bob could even take a bump. I'm not saying do the match. But if Roman was to push him and Bob would go flying backwards and the crowd would get a bit of heat on Roman, that would be awesome. They don't do enough of that. We should have seen Honky Tonk Man when Gunther beat his record. I really hoped that we were going to get Honky Tonk Man, but we didn't. Piper Niven coming crashing down onto Tegan. Tegan is down and Piper is in control. Piper standing on the arm of Tegan. No knee braces on Tegan, which is interesting, considering she's busted both of those knees. We have spoke about that, like those big external knee braces. There must be a better way of, because everyone's doing their ACLs these days. So there must be a better way, a more streamlined way of protecting the knees without the need of those big, bulky braces. I don't know, maybe she's got something, like, maybe there's been some advancement. Something a bit slimmer. She's got an armband on as well. I don't know what's on the armband. But she has got an armband on. Tegan is on one knee. She's getting up to her feet. Headbutt there by Piper Niven. Shot coming into the midsection there by Tegan. Throwing in these shots. Swinging away. Piper covering up. Tegan looking to go against the ropes. Tegan gets caught by Piper. And Piper with a shoulder breaker. Goes for the cover. Tegan kicks out. Crowd are quiet again. They're quiet for this. They were quiet for Zoe. It's not women's wrestling that's the problem. It's the fact that we've got so many women that just have not been built. Kick coming in by Tegan there. I mean, we haven't seen much of Piper this year before she got the title. And she said, that's mine. And we haven't been seeing much of Tegan, to be honest. We've seen more of her in recent weeks. Tegan with a knee strike there. Piper goes down to kick out by Piper. I think Shinsuke is calling out CM Punk, says Tyler. John said the Hulkster with Bob in his corner will beat Roman at WrestleMania, then retire and vacate the title the next night on Raw, says John. Big Time said the crowd is dead for this match. Natalia is going after Chelsea. She pushes Chelsea. Chelsea goes down outside the ring. Piper collides into Natalia. That's going to allow Chelsea to get the advantage. No, it didn't. She misses the crossbody. World's shiniest wizard. Get the rope. 1, 2. Yeah, she gets the rope. Good work. The world's shiniest wizard. Piper is down. Tegan looking to put Piper away, but Piper, she's going to come crashing down onto Tegan. Piper does come down. Tegan moves out the way, rolls at Piper. 2, 3. Tegan wins. Tegan rolls at Piper, and that's going to give them... I mean, I don't know if they've got a title shot already, but they're going to get a title shot. Tegan and Natalya surely on a collision course with Chelsea and Piper. There we go. Can we remove at comments? Okay, Michael Cole, Wade Barrett, we're 12 minutes away from halftime scores. They're just showing us last week. The winner was The Miz. Ivar attacking him straight after. So, Miz, Ivar coming up. Ivar's been very impressive. So, I'm guessing this is our next match. We're backstage with Jackie Redmond. Please welcome the #1 contender, The Miz. Here's The Miz. Backstage. With pressure mounting. What's driving you to dethrone the ring general? He says he wants to restore the respect of his legacy, which does make sense. I get called a sports entertainer, a clown, a joke. Here's Ivar. Here's Valhalla. You are a joke. You won't make it to survive it. That's such an impressive beard. We don't talk about how amazing his beard is. Oh, here's Big Bronson Reed. I need to let you both know that you're lucky to be standing right now. Well, I don't know that I'd have Ivar talking. I don't think I'd have Ivar talking. Hearing him get into a conversation with Bronson and whatever. Yeah. I think I'd just have Ivar in the background looking like an absolute beast. Oh, what? You're squaring up to me? You're squaring up to me? Huh? Why are we making him do that? Here's DIY. Is it just me, or does it feel like they really have got a lot of work to do to really get these guys over on the main roster? I love DIY. I mean, they have been the biggest part of NXT. I've said before, if you're going to do an NXT Mount Rushmore, I think you probably are chiseling Tommaso and Johnny's face into that mountain, but they don't come out to big reactions or anything. Like, again, another couple of guys that we've got to really do some work with. And look at the people in the background. Did you see the people? You had Tommaso and you had Johnny in the ring, like, yeah! In the background, people are like, just no reaction. Again, not their faults. We haven't done loads with them. You know, it's early stages. So it's not their faults. But it's just there's a lot of that on the show tonight. Ivar sounds like a regular human. He needs a crazy shouting voice like the Berserker. Yeah, man. It's a good shout. DIY were over on NXT, but main roster, there is a lot of work, says Wilfredo. Yeah, and there's no problem with that. You know, you can't expect to come up from NXT and be over because we know that Raw gets 1.4 million viewers. NXT has been getting about 600,000. That means there's like 700, 800,000 people that don't watch NXT. It means that there is going to be, and it is hard to get your head around it. If you're someone that's really into WWE and you watch Raw and you watch SmackDown and you watch NXT, it is hard to fathom that there are people out there that don't do that. There's people out there that just watch Raw and SmackDown. They just watch the big pay-per-view shows. They're not interested in what's, you know, I'll wait for them to come up. I don't need to watch them trying to learn. I'll watch them once they've learned. And I'll watch them once they are stars. The problem is, NXT has got some amazing stuff going on that you are really missing out on if you're not watching that. But there's lots of people that don't, so they're great. We love them. They're brilliant wrestlers. They've got fun personalities. I think they will get there, but it's not unfair to say there's some work that needs to be done there. That's not unfair. Because there is some work that needs to be done there. They're not trying to change the meaning. It's just an excuse to keep using the words. I don't know what that's in reference to, but it seems like an interesting conversation. Tommaso has spent too much time in NXT. He should have been on the main roster 2 years ago. He's not been getting much of a push, says the Internet Menace. It's a good point. Yep. I think, though, you do have to blame the pandemic. I think the pandemic really has to take a lot of blame. I think you would have seen a lot more movement, but things were locked down. And, you know, the problem that NXT had was you couldn't bring in new talent during the pandemic. Like, they weren't recruiting because there was no one to recruit. And you can't train because you had like social distancing. So you could bring people in, but you couldn't train them. So they weren't bringing people in. So for the longest time, we didn't have a new class, which meant that you couldn't really call people up from NXT because there was no one to replace them. So we kept running with what we had. And, you know, there was some good stuff that came out of it. But undeniable that there's a good chunk of people there that stayed way longer than they needed to. But I blame the pandemic for that. I've no doubt as to who's to blame for that. It's the pandemic. It's China. China are to blame for it. Who stalled Tommaso Ciampa's career? China. That's the answer. China. Wuhan. So now we've got to do now we've got to do the work that you're right, we should have been doing a few years ago. That's all right. That's all right. These two are too good to not succeed. I fully expect them to get there. It's just we have to start again. Here is Imperium. Giovanni and Ludwig. No, Gunther. Giovanni Vinci. Don't forget, we are doing halftime scores very soon. Amazingly, next commercial break will be halftime scores. Get excited. Start thinking about your scores. We are getting closer. Mandy Rose against the Bunny would be a good match in WWE, said Brian. They could take out a brand and somewhere else, as it happened before, other brands like AEW. They could take out of a brand and out of somewhere else. I don't know what that means. All WWE does now is bury NXT, said Zoom Station. Big Time said, I don't know about you, but if I see another 1.3 tonight, barely enough stars, and just throw in a bunch of matches, it's not going to keep people watching for 3 hours. It feels like a chore to sit through. Well, I would say the show has been better than I was expecting so far. I was quite down on this show beforehand. And I think that the in-ring stuff, you know, that last match between Tegan and Piper, I mean, that's kind of what I was expecting. The first match didn't really have anything going for it. It's just another way of doing, you know, Seth, Sammy, Judgment Day. It's just another variation on the same theme. And again, outside interference meant that it didn't matter. I mean, that whole thing was just a waste of time. But it had a bit of star power to it. I would say that the Nakamura Otis match was better than I expected. That was better than I expected. They cooked. And there's been some interesting promos. So for me personally, I would say this is not a vintage episode, but it's been better than I feared. We've avoided disaster, let's put it that way. And I think we're in the okay range. That's where I would put it. I think we're okay. And I think we have at times. I think at times it's been good. But yeah, the concern would be that we've got an hour and a half to go and there's still matches coming up that don't really have a great deal to them. Like, I don't think you're going to get much reaction out of the crowd when it's Xia Li against Indy Hartwell, unless Becky's going to make her presence felt during that. There is just a lot of inexperience. There are just a lot of superstars that need building. It's a hard thing to like build them all at the same time. Big clothesline there by Tommaso. Let's see what Tommaso and Ludwig can serve up for us. And don't forget, halftime scores are coming up, so make your voices heard as well. And we'll see what other people think about it. Crowd are booing away as Ludwig looks out at the crowd. Against the ropes goes Tommaso. Kick coming in there by Tommaso. Tommaso goes against the ropes. Giovanni grabbing his leg. Ludwig with a discus clothesline. And Tommaso is down. Quick question. Why don't other ring announcers do special introductions like Samantha Irvin, said Bishop? It's not something that has ever really featured. It's not something... referees, ring announcers, timekeepers, all those kind of extra personnel. Wrestling is, you know, the stars of the show are the wrestlers. Those are the stars. So your referees, your ring announcers, your timekeepers, your doctors, whoever it might be, all of these gubbins around, the technicians, the cameramen, all of these people are there to make the wrestlers look amazing. And really not take the spotlight away from the wrestlers. So this is why, you know, Aubrey is such an exception when she's doing all this stuff, you know? All this kind of Aubrey stuff. Because it's distracting. And that's not what referees tend to do, because the focus, the spotlight should be on the wrestlers. And that's why, like, ring announcers just, you know, think of boxing, think of Michael Buffer. It's time! Think of, you know, all that Bruce Buffer as well. And let's get ready to rumble, and all the little sayings they've got, whatever. But when they come to announce the contestants, they don't do quirky little funny things. They just really with some gusto, you know. And that's what you get in wrestling, you know. Roman Reigns! Like, we've had that for ages. But these quirky little Chelsea Green and Giovanni Vinci, this is very specific to Samantha. I think she's done it, and WWE like it, and it doesn't really take away from the superstars because the match hasn't started. So in a way, it sort of adds to the presentation. You see, a referee doing what Aubrey does, that doesn't add to either superstar. All that does is it distracts. So a referee doing all this during a match is taking the spotlight off the wrestlers. But when Samantha Irvin is like, Giovanni Vinci, like, you don't see her, you can hear her, and you can see the graphic, and you can see them coming down, and it just adds to the entrance. So I think in WWE's perspective, it's not something that has been like really thought of before or done before, because everyone's played it with a straight bat. Everyone's done it as it should be, by the letter. To, you know, this is how you do it. Samantha's one of the first to deviate away from that. And I think WWE have not fired her. And they've gone, actually, that's all right. So she's only got a few still at the moment. She's got a Chelsea Green. She's got a Giovanni Vinci. Ludwig Kaiser. I don't know. Is there any others? Don't know that there's any others. So she's only got a few. Maybe we'll get to the point where everyone's got a little flourish. As I said, the difference for me between her doing that and Aubrey doing it is big. It's big. It's, you know, it's comparable, but it's not comparable. They are both non-wrestlers that are taking the spotlight a little bit, if you will. But one of them is doing it during a match, whereas one of them is doing it during an entrance. And actually, I would argue it adds to the entrance, whereas Aubrey just distracts from the match. She doesn't add to the match. Not for me. She just distracts. So that would be the difference. That would be why it's not been done before, because it's not the done thing. It's not what you do. But maybe this is where it's going to go for a while. I could see it getting annoying, to be honest. I could see it getting annoying if someone's going to overdo it or they're going to try and force it. I think it works at the moment because it's only a few, and the ones that she does are good. So, like the Chelsea Green, it works for the character. But if she's going to have to try and find something for, like, all the different people on the roster, you might end up with some really annoying ones and ones that don't really fit. And then, like, everyone gets a little flourish. And then it might just become a bit overdone. So I think it's fine where it is. And you could maybe do another couple, but I don't know. I don't know that I'd be looking for everyone to get something like that, you know? Ciampa going against the ropes. He's up on the shoulder. Death Valley driver there by Ludwig. Kick coming in by Ludwig. Going for the pin to kick out by Tommaso. So we are underway with Ciampa versus Ludwig. I think it's cute for her to do it. I don't want the other announcers to do it, though, said J Love. Steven said, I'm a celebrity lineup is Jamie Spears, that's Britney's sister, Sam Thompson, Josie Gibson, Fred Sirix, Nella Rose, Nigel Farage, Grace Dent, Marvin Humes, Danielle Hearn, Nick Perma. I don't know a good chunk of them. I do know some of them, though. It doesn't look like a terrible lineup. Isn't that Fred, the one from, like, Gino? Is it that Fred? He's good. I like him. Stomp coming in there by Tommaso. The introduction is just as important as the music and the Tron, said SQRL. Yeah, it's a good point. It adds to the presentation. But it is also another element that can... If you announce someone's name with gusto, you can't really get that wrong. It's a little bit like wearing a black suit. You can't really get it wrong unless it's the wrong size. Everyone looks great in a black suit. And if you're going to announce someone with a bit of gusto, can't really get it wrong. What you can get wrong is if you're going to start doing these little flourishes. These little flourishes, you might end up doing something that just sounds awful. Sounds annoying. It's another thing that has potential to be cringy and doesn't quite fit the character and all that kind of stuff. Bit like when someone's got, you know, bad entrance music. So I don't mind it, but I'm not crazy to get like everyone involved. Giovanni just boots Johnny. King Yeti said halftime scores. It's halftime scores. You should get that recorded. Well, it's been recorded and it is going to be played at the next commercial break. But we've got a victory for Ludwig Kaiser after Giovanni booted Johnny in the face. But King Yeti, we will play that recording and I will dedicate it to you. So DIY struggling a little bit here. Tonight, Giovanni Vinci paid dividends. They have been on the cusp of breaking down internally, but Giovanni showing his worth. Ludwig looking at Giovanni, nodding. We're backstage with the Judgment Day. It's fine. I'm going to handle Zoe. We need to focus on Finn and Damien defending their tag titles. We should see what our leader's thoughts are. Take it easy. I got hot. I said what I said, but I didn't mean it. It does sound good for War Games. Ooh. Dominic's cool with it. Finn's sort of cool with it. JD's in medical right now because he took a shot for you. So is he going to be an official member? He's proven himself time and time again. It's time to make him a full member. Let me handle this one. So Damien has got the bag, which I'm guessing is just full of Judgment Day merch. It's just loads of Judgment Day merch. I can only imagine that's what it's like. There's bobbleheads in there. There's pop vinyls. Here you go, mates. That'll cheer him up. Free merch. Bag full of merch. So Damien said he's going to handle this himself. JD, a full-blown member of Judgment Day. Zaya with her demonstration. Yeah, but you can't use those things during a wrestling match. So it might be great that you're excellent waving knives around. And they are cool knives. But ain't gonna help you when the bell rings. Xia Li versus Indy Hartwell. Right, and I think it's time for halftime scores. These halftime scores dedicated to King Yeti, who was desperate for us to get to this. And it's time. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. Boom. Right, get in your scores. Get in your scores. Tamar said, oh, she's terrible. Draco said 6.5. Marty said 7. This guy says no. Big Time said another match that's going to drag and get no reaction. Serious Gaming said 6.5. Will Fredo says 8. That's what she said. Said, tell that to Drew Days. He carries a sword. Didn't help him much. LD Cool said 7. Brony said 7.25. Shakeem said 6. Wisp said 7.5. The start alone was worth watching for this week. George said 6.75. Stone 9540 said 7. Mr. Dow Jr. said it means that people say that wrestlers are bad on the mic. I say you need to take it back if you're the cringiest person in the chat. My voice is pretty deep at the age of 13. Mr. Dow Jr., shout out to you. Leonard said 7.75. Callum said 6.5. Let Him In said 6.5. Denise says 8. Big Time said 5. No mercy for Papa H. It's been awful. We've got Zoom Station with a spicy 6. We got Donald with a I haven't watched out of 10. Arlene the Bean with 4 Pinto beans out of 10. J-Love said I'll give it a 7 or an 8. Justin said Days Bailey to win the Rumble. There's a good chance of it. Yes, she's got to be a favourite. Not the favourite, but a favourite. I think that there's also a chance that it could be Becky, Raquel, and some people seem to be up for Liv. So, but I think Bailey's in the mix. Bailey against Dakota next year would be fire. Ledge Killer said 6. Let Him In said 6.5. Jeff said 6. Mr. Quake said Randy is going to get buried. William said cancel culture has nothing to do with being a mod. Breaking news. Robert said 7. Kian says 8. Leonard said 7.5. John said 7.13. Piper Nivens out of 10. Lee said 4.25. Legend Killer says 6. Wilfredo said Xia Li should defeat Indy Hartwell. Paulie said 7.5. Mr. Quake said 6.5. Mr. Quake with a 5.5. Steven said 6. Mr. Dell Jr. said 7.25. John said 7.13. Piper Nivens out of 10. Kieran said 8.25. Ledge Killer says 6. Danny D said 6.5. Reyes said this is better than A-Dub-E. I'll agree with that. John said 7.5. Mr. Quake said I missed when Cole gets beat up for no reason. Tony Khan says our Continental Classic round robin tournament will be historic for AEW. Juan said we know that they are going to be in the main event, especially because it's Judgment Day, but not all the time. Elijah says I love your beard 7.5. Kyle said 5.75. Steven said 6. Brian says no Nikki Cross. The guy said do you think Macho Man's real voice was the voice he used on TV? Yes and no. I think what you heard on TV was an exaggerated version of it, that he would gruff up a bit, but I don't think his real voice was like high-pitched squeaky, completely different. But I think that what you saw on TV was a more exaggerated version. Wilfredo said, how about Zoe Stark wins the 2024 Royal Rumble? I don't think so. She's getting a title shot at Survivor Series. I don't think they'll have her win the Rumble and then get another title shot. Right, we are underway with Xia Li versus Indy Hartwell. We are underway. We got 1 hour, 15 minutes to go. 1 hour, 15 minutes to go. And Indy has got Xia on her shoulders. Indy going into the ring steps. Indy goes down. Alan said, no one's asked about Brock in a while. Could he return and help fight the Bloodline? Think he's not expected to return until next year. So I'm not expecting him in 2023. And he's faced the Bloodline a few times. We went through that period, didn't we, of like their last match and like at WrestleMania, and then they ended up facing again at SummerSlam because it was meant to be Randy, but Randy was injured. Xia throwing in some kicks. Do you see Drew as leader of Judgment Day? No. I see him as helping Judgment Day. I don't see him as joining Judgment Day. Xia looking for a snap suplex and getting it. Indy down, going for the cover. AEW Continental Classic is literally pointless, and it is a P-poor G1, says James. Zaya is back up on her feet, going over to Indy. Candice, of course, is at ringside. Indy gets hurled into the corner. Zaya charges over. Knee strike there by Zaya. Zaya again hurling Indy over to the other side. Zaya charging over. Knee strike. Indy moves out the way. Back elbow there by Indy. Indy charging over. Big boot. Clubbing blow, shot to the side of the heads. Clothesline. Down, where, and again. Down goes Xia Li. Spinebuster, 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Candice looking nervous on the outside. Kick coming in there by Xia. Indy goes over by the ropes. Zaya looking to go against the ropes, and she does. Indy collapses down. We're doing this again. Are we doing this again where the competitors can't continue? Jesus. So, ref stoppage. Let's go. Xia Li is the queen of ref stoppage. How did he determine that? Well, the crowd go mild. I mean, I don't mind ref stoppage. I really don't. But was that enough punishment to warrant ref stoppage? Here's Becky. It was mercifully short. Here comes the big time. Becky making her way down. Elijah said, I think Santos turning heel is perfect. Early stoppage, says Callum. Robbery. The man has come around. Tell you what, this would be... If we do Xia Li Becky, and she does to Becky what she's done to Candice and Indy, that would be big. That would be big. Went for the manhandle slam. No joy. Xia gets out the ring. So this is big for Xia. Now she's going to be in a feud with Becky. I mean, this is massive for her. If she can catch Becky the way that she's caught them, that would be a huge moment. You've only got 7 more days to run. Next week. Xia Li versus the man, Becky. Welcome to the big time. So, Xia Li against Becky next week. Okay. Could be a great opportunity. It could be a nightmare. Here is The Miz. Backstage. Someone's next to him. He turns around and it's Gunther! Nikki is standing in the background, just staring away. Being a little starey Mary. Fun and games are over. Watch my match tonight. I don't think you understand who you're dealing with, says The Miz. There's a reason I've held that title 8 times. Longest reigning versus greatest Intercontinental Champion of all time. Good luck out there, because whatever happens tonight will not compare to the beating of a lifetime that you will receive at Survivor Series. So Gunther and Miz exchanging a few words. Here is Ivar and Valhalla. Ivar making his way down to the ring. I would slap fake Tony and real Tony and make them both fear for their lives. Right? Miz versus Ivar. Oh, look at that CGI boat, man. Damn, that's good. That looks so good. See that CGI boat, Viking boat? That was good. Miz ain't gonna win it, says Anna. Prince Mueller said Nikki in the background. Q the Nightlight said, I'm not gonna get hurt. Just give me a ride back home. Nice boat. It was great. Did you see Nikki in the background? I did. Mr. Quake said Santa's heel turn was cool, but the way it was executed was ridiculous. What's your favorite heel turn? Mine is Shawn Michaels, says Elijah. Favorite heel turn? Favorite heel turn? I like Bailey. Don't know if it's the best. The most iconic is Hogan. I don't know. It's a good question. Bailey's the first that comes to mind. Roman's good. Roman's good. Roman had been a face suddenly for so long, and then finally he turns heel, and look what that's led to. Could you imagine if Roman had still been face? Bloodline wouldn't have felt anywhere near as good, would it? Bloodline wouldn't have been anywhere near as good. Yeah, it's probably... That's a boring answer, though, isn't it? That's a boring answer. The worst heel turn was Austin. Yeah, that sucked. Justin said HBK is the best one. The Miz is having one of his best moments, says Juan. Punk won't return to WWE, said Anna. William said, you need a Nikki Cross cut out. Do it. I don't think they make any, to be honest. Elijah said, I liked when Asuka turned on Bianca. Joseph said, the best heel turn is Jericho going crybaby on WCW during Monday Night War. Seth turning on the Shield is good, said Mitchell. That's good. The Rock was always a great heel, said Alan. Nikki is making the same face every woman has that I have intercourse with, says William. I can believe that. Although she's not crying. Internet Menace said Kevin Owens when he betrayed Chris Jericho. Ric Flair was a great heel. Still waiting on Cena to turn, said Leon, yes. Paul Bearer's heel turn on Taker was always great, said James. Dean turning on Seth, says Mark. If Roman didn't turn, there would not be Bloodline, said Robert. What about Big Show's heel turn? It's a great shout. All of them. All of them were brilliant. Vince being revealed as the higher power, said Chris. Days, I'm an impassionate lober. William, shout out to you. I don't regard you as a lober. I don't even know what one is. We are at commercial break then, and we are going to be going from hour 1 into hour 2 into hour 3. We got just over an hour to go. Just over an hour to go. And coming up next, Miz takes on Ivar. Rest with Andy said Jericho's suit and tie gimmick. Bembo said my favourite was Seth and the Shields. Wilfredo said Hogan turning heel was great. Mitchell said surely we can't forget the endless nut shots between Nakamura and AJ Styles. I was researching Vince's old matches, and I was like, wow, he is really good, said Q the Light Knight. The best was Jake Roberts turning on Undertaker in 92, says Anna. Beautiful. Beautiful. Was that on the funeral parlor? I think it was it not? Locking his hand in the cast coffin. Am I remembering the right one there? A couple of girls behind Michael Cole, very excited. There's a guy behind Michael Cole that's excited as well, actually. Everyone's excited to be behind Michael Cole. Right, last Monday, we're just having a look at Zoe and Shayna. And, of course, Zoe winning the match. She is next for Rhea Ripley as a result. Just over an hour to go. Earthquake squashing Damien. Good shout. Undertaker's first face turn against Jake was pretty good, said Chris. Randy was a great heel. Hello, we're backstage with Shayna and Zoe. You know I almost had your number last week. I'll admit, though, you've been on a roll. No, what's going on here? I wanted to come and wish you good luck. So Shayna's like, I'd like to see you beat Rhea. Raquel is here. Here's Nia. You're all so pathetic. Best of luck. Oh my goodness. I've already squashed you, Zoe. Nia does look like she could eat Zoe and Shayna as a snack. You all know that none of you could beat me one-on-one. Raquel's stepping up to Nia. No one's really pushed you. No one's really tested you. I'm not scared of you. I know I will beat you when we fight. Raquel stepping up to Nia. Okay, there is Valhalla. There is Ivar. They are watching on backstage in the ring. They were watching on, I think, what was happening backstage. Here is The Miz. So, Miz against Ivar is how we're starting off this hour. Days, can't forget the Andre heel turn. That's a great shout. That's a great shout. That's a great shout. We got WrestleMania 3 out of that. Great shout. I think Drew will cost Judgment Day the titles, or Cody and Jay, said Elijah. King Kinshasa said, personally, I said this and Nia could really shout out for the daddy. Don't know what that means. Is Nia the daddy? Daddy Nia? Mummy Rhea and Daddy Nia. It's a confusing world. Right. Shot coming in there by The Miz. Ciampa turning on Gargano was great as well, said James. The Mark Henry retirement segment a turn. Yeah, it was. Nia Jax has similar theme music as Shawn Michaels. I'm just a sexy girl, said Leon. Triple H and Stone Cold could turn heel and be tag champs. Okay, Ivar in control. Miz in the corner. Ivar going over, hurling the Miz over the other side. Miz on that middle rope, kicks out at Ivar. Miz, ooh. Takes Ivar off his feet with like a head scissors. He can't knock him over the top rope though, but he goes again. He still can't do it. Mitchell, not sure if it counts, but Kevin turning on Sammy was insane. Yeah. Oh, and he gets it. Over the top rope goes Ivar. Miz against the ropes. Ivar goes down. Kian said, Days, Dean turning on Seth the same night that Roman announced his leukemia, which was the month which was I was going to Euro Disney. I had my eye socket broken. Oh, dudes. Did you? How did you break your eye socket? Oh, that was a brilliant camera shot. Miz was sat against the ring. In the background, you had Valhalla. And then look at that by Ivar. Crossbody into the Miz. Looked like a brutal collision. It was a great camera shot. I tell you what, that's some real work, that is. Getting like certain specific camera shots so that moves look even more impactful. That's black magic, that is. That's the sweet stuff. Gotta praise that camera angle, man. Not enough praise for camera angles, but that was a great one. Because Miz was just sat there, you couldn't even see Ivar, and then all of a sudden, bang! Miz lands on his feet. Miz goes back to the corner. Kick coming in there by the Miz. Miz kick to the midsection again. Another kick. Oh, and to the head. Miz going against the ropes. Duck underneath. Over the other side. Round the houses. Into a DDT. Yes. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Wes, shout out to you, dudes. Hope you're well. Wes says party time. Roll up and put it in rotation. Much love. I don't even know what that means. What does that mean? Party time, roll up and put it in rotation. Is that a sex thing? Sounds like a sex thing. Sounds like one of those parties where you leave your car keys in a bowl. That's what it sounds like. Much love, Wes. If that's where you are, have a great night, dude. Have a great night. Alan said, rumor has it Nia has been practicing carrying 3 eggs in each hand an hour a day, trying to be more gentle. She probably could do with just turning down the botches a little bit, but listen, she's a big woman. She's a big, strong, powerful woman. I've never understood the criticism she receives for her weight and her size. I mean, she's a flipping professional wrestler. But I do understand, like, you know, where she's injuring people for real, that's an issue. And we definitely need to do a bit of work there. But there's a lot of potential with Nia. Someone of that size is going to be able to provide something. Certainly considering she's part of the Anoa'i family as well. Big Bronson's come down. He's got a chair. Takes a seat. Big Bronson sat at ringside. Mess him up, Valhalla. Valhalla is staring at Bronson. Why shouldn't she go over? And, like, do a double knees or a Thez press or a seated senton or something. I could see that, actually. I could see Bronson seated senton, him going flying backwards. I could see that. Only on Discovery Plus. Kian said, someone punched me repeatedly in the eye. Oh, my God. And I had to be off school for a month and a half. I went back just before Christmas. And it got healed in time for Christmas. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. Worst thing was, it was a teacher? Oh, my God. Why didn't you do your homework? I'm glad it's healed up now, my friends. School can suck sometimes, can't it? I think it's part of life, though, isn't it? You don't really realize it at the time, but when you go through like stuff at school, it is preparing you for life. It's just a little bit more like the Wild West in school. Like, anything can happen in school. I suppose anything can happen in life. But these are good life experiences. Or that probably wasn't. That was probably too far. You don't need an experience like that. But definitely, I think some of the stuff that goes on at school, some of the... everyone gets bullied, don't they? Not to that extent. But everyone has to go through some sort of bullying. But it's probably character building, you know? That's what I say to myself, and that's how I justify the fact that I was a bully, you know? I love bullying people still to this day. I was really good at it. I was really good at it. And, you know, you always hear that if you're good at something, give it your all. And I did. I gave it absolutely everything. I had a great time. And I think some people learnt some harsh lessons. Cena is literally heel turn is the literal heel turn is the best heel turn. When he did that with his leg. They tried to bully me, so I broke their nose, said James. Go on. Stay in school, kids, unless you want to be cool, said Mr. Unfamiliar. King Yeti said lots of people got bullied by Ray. King Yeti, shout out to you. It is character destroying, says Paulie. Oh, yeah, probably. That as well. Jeff said, Days, I just purchased the new Yeet t-shirt on WWE Shop. Kian said, I got a photo of my eye. It's all bruised and black mixed with green. Awful. Awful. No one should have to go through that. That's too far. Days, what is the most creative match they've ever made? Was it a Vikings rules match or a Donnybrook match? What are your favorites? Did they come up with an idea, said Sophia. Most creative match they ever made? Probably would be outside of WWE. I mean, the 3-ring battle royal was very creative. So you won the battle royal, and then like it kind of went down into the 1 ring, but it was 60 people in 3 different rings. I don't know that WWE has ever really done any. Donnybrook's nothing, is it? Donnybrook match is nothing. It's just a street fight. So, you know, the WWE get about as creative as, you know, once in a while they'll come up with a Rumble, or they'll come up with a Money in the Bank or a Hell in a Cell. But I can't say they really pushed the envelope. I mean, if you think of all the things they could do, even War Games, which is 2 rings, that wasn't their idea. That came from Dusty and the NWA. So, like, they can't claim War Games as theirs, even though they do it now. But I would say 2 rings and a cage around it is quite creative. A battle royal with 3 rings is quite creative. The cage match in WCW that had levels to it. So you started at the top and you worked your way down. Have you ever seen that one? That was Hogan going up against the Dungeon of Doom. And he started at the top and had to like work his way down this cage, go through the different levels. That's better than a Donnybrook, isn't it? That's way better than a Donnybrook. So I'd have to say it'd be something along those lines. I don't think a Donnybrook match or a flipping Miracle on 34th Street fight is going to come even close to some of those. Fight Pit was quite creative, though. I'll give him that. That was a WWE one. I was bullied by hot girls, said William. Let's go. The tractor with Brock was creative. Ivar has got Miz. Drives him down. Looking for the cover. 1, 2. Miz gets his shoulder up. So Ivar planting the Miz. King Yeti, shout out to you. Firing in membership. 2 people have claimed them. 3 people have claimed them. 4 people have claimed them. 5 people have claimed them. King Yeti. Firing in some memberships there and all snapped up. King Yeti, shout out to you, my friend. I think Zoe is going to get buried at Survivor Series, said Elijah. Jacob said the Rumble or the Chamber is probably the most creative. Miz cheating to use the ropes and get the victory. Miz wins, but he wins by cheating. The Miz cheats his way to victory. Bronson Reed watching on from ringside, but the Miz gets the win. Ivar fuming. Valhalla staring at the Miz. Big Bronson Reed is in there. He collides into Ivar. Bronson Reed in the ring. He's going up top. Big Bronson. Gonna deliver. Boom! Splashes down on Ivar. Valhalla comes in, stands over Ivar. Beautiful. I'm glad they're using Ivar. He had an outstanding match a few weeks ago, said Wisp. Aiden said, honestly, I love The Miz being babyface while doing heel antics. Okay, Wade Barrett, Michael Cole, how long we got left? 46 minutes. 46 minutes to go. Obviously, our main event tonight is going to be for the tag titles. And another video package for Survivor Series War Games. Another video package? But what about Batista turning on Triple H and Rick, said Mr. Dell Jr. Yes. Miz on a roll, said Zoom Station. Honestly, I read that one. King Kinshasa said, my dad's name is Kevin and he hates The Miz. Can you shout him out? Shout out to Kevin. Shout out to Kevin, who hates The Miz. Boom. Days, hope all is well. Members need a new emoji. ... Okay. Well, we'll do a member stream on Thursday and we can be open up to some suggestions for that. That's fine. That is fine. We can definitely look to do a new emoji. It's been floated before. I think we had a few suggestions, but I don't know. If we were going to add them, I'd want one that was definitely going to be useful and would be used, you know? Oh, hello. Here's Damien. A part of me doesn't think you're ready. And a part of me still gets really annoyed by you. But you took one for the team. You took one for me. That's someone I can stand with. That's someone I can go to war with. Welcome to the Judgment Day. He's got a leather jacket. Finally. The celebration is going to have to wait, find Dom, and get out of here before Adam Pearce goes nuts. Well, there we go. Well, there we go. He is a full-blown oos. Coming up next, Undisputed WWE Tag Team Championship. Next, that's early. That's early. That's real early. That's real early. There's going to have to be a lot of gubbins. There's going to have to be a lot of stuff. I wasn't expecting us to go to this for a while. Another 15 minutes or so. Elijah said, I think Zoe will be buried at Survivor Series. Wisp said, is that Shayna's jacket? Not anymore. Why did Finn have 3 belts on? I didn't see. I know I saw that he had 2, unless was he carrying one of Damien's? Perhaps he's got Damien's, whilst Damien was giving over the briefcase. When should they separate those tag titles? I don't think they should. I would just replace them with 1 set of championships. I don't think the rosters are deep enough to have 2 sets of tag titles, personally. Something big happening, said Dark Angel. James said, there'll be another 10 commercials. That's a really good point, actually. There probably will be another 10 commercials. But right. So we've got, what, 42 minutes to go. 42 minutes to go. And, yeah, I don't know if this is going to be a show that's going to really bring in the masses. I think on paper, this show looked like it was a bit flat. We know that the Raw ratings have been struggling a little bit recently. You know, not long ago, we were doing 1718. Now we're doing 1314. But it's that time of year as well. So, you know, it is what it is. We'll see where we get to with this week's show. But I can't say I've seen anything here that's making me think that we're going to be doing any crazy numbers. And I don't know what the football competition's like. Maybe there's some decent competition tonight as well. So maybe that could be a factor also. Who will MJF pick at Full Gear, says Elijah. Don't know. Good time for the main event. It's going to be good, says Juan. When will Drew get his jacket, says Danny D. Shinsuke is world champion, yes or no? Yes. Tyler said something big is going to happen tonight. Paulie said, I'm sick of seeing War Games ads. Should be elimination. It's not even Survivor Series anymore. I agree. Second hour has had filler matches with no crowd reaction, says the guy. William said, it's because Raw sucks days. Don't blame American football for the ratings fall. Well, I've got to blame somebody. I've got to blame somebody, and it's not cool if I blame Triple H. So I've got to blame Tony Khan or someone instead, haven't I? Vince. I'll have to blame Vince. This must be Vince's fault. It's got to be Vince's fault. It's got to be him. God damn it. I bet he's booked this show. Blame Vince, said Serious Gaming. Look at this. On the same page, aren't we? Grant said, no Ivar moonsault. It's an automatic 0 out of 10. Excellent point. Ivar was trained by Killer Kowalski, said Zoom Station. Blame it on Tony. Oh, blooming Tony. Do you know what's happened? He's probably made a huge announcement at the exact same time that Raw was on, and so that's where all the viewers have gone. They've gone to see what this big announcement was. Because his big announcements always deliver. And so people have gone off there, ain't they? Oh, God. Do you think John Cena deserves his Hall of Fame ring right now? Who do you see going into the Hall of Fame? I don't think he deserves his Hall of Fame ring right now because he's not in the Hall of Fame. So if we give him the ring, that's why are we doing that? So, no, he can't have his ring right now. Could he get inducted and be the main eventer for, like, the class of next year? Maybe. Probably not. But until he goes in, and he's undeniably going in, but until he goes in, he can't have his ring. And who should induct him? Nikki Bella. Or Randy Orton. Probably the person he's faced the most. He's so big, though. Vince might want to do it. I think there's certain people that Vince would be up for inducting. I think Cena is absolutely one of them. You won that match tonight. Gunther having a laugh and a joke with Giovanni. Now he's looking at Ludwig. Oh, and he walks away. Oh, God, there's still problems. Now it's Ludwig that's on the outside. Oh, God, there's drama in Imperium again. Hello. Wait. Indashir? Choose your next move wisely. God, don't take career advice from Indashir. Why would he ever listen to them? Why would he ever listen to anything that Jinder Mahal or Indashir have got to say? That's just white noise, that is. Here's Creed's. We're undefeated. We could go for those tag team titles. So hello, here's New Day. New Day? Ivy Nile. Maxine. You almost won that Battle Royal last week. Girl mouth. Have you ever considered modeling? So Maxine and Ivy. Oh, yeah. Team champion. Tozawa. If that segment there, if you expanded it to 2 hours, that's Dynamite. That's AEW Dynamite. That's what Dynamite appears like to me. Silly comedy, which you can take in moderation. It was all right. There's a place on the card for it somewhere. I don't know how I feel about Ivy Nile and Maxine. Don't know how I feel about... I don't mind Creed's joining Alpha Academy. I don't mind that. Don't mind that. It's getting a bit big, though. Isn't it? I feel like everyone's in flipping Alpha... Am I in Alpha Academy? You might come back tomorrow. I might have an Alpha Academy shirt on. I think everyone's in Alpha Academy. Right, here's Cody. Here's Cody. Main event time. Wrestling said the Undertaker's rolling over in his grave watching that locker room right now. It is true. A lot of them just need a good punch in the face. Now, there is a place on the card for it, and it at least with Raw, it's controlled. So, you know, it's in that little segment there. And that's fine. That's Akira's job in it, you know? He's just carrying on the kind of work that Santino used to do and R-Truth used to do and whatever. Here is Cody. Running all away. I would pay to watch a sitcom with the Creeds, Akira, New Day, Chad, Otis, and the ladies, said Defcon Prime. How many people is that? Creeds, Akira, New Day don't count, but they were in that segment. Chad's, Otis. Are we looking at 7 people in Alpha Academy now? That's a lot, man. How are they all going to cut promos? I've got a huge crush on Ivy Nile. Don't tell her, said Defcon. Any guesses as to who will headline next year's Hall of Fame, says Maca Rice. Well, we've got to put Batista in at some point. He was announced, and then he said he didn't want to go in because it was the pandemic and he wanted to go in front of a crowd. So he's been announced as going in, but he never went in. So every year, people are like, oh, it's Batista this year. It's Batista this year. But no offense to Batista, but is he a big enough name to headline the class that go in for WrestleMania 40? Maybe he is. But I'd much rather we do The Rock. The Rock would make sense. You know, he might have another match in him. It doesn't matter if he does or he doesn't. It shouldn't stop him going in the Hall of Fame. He's clearly going to go in the Hall of Fame at some point. And WrestleMania 40, it's a pretty good one to put him in, isn't it? Don't hinder the ginger, said Richard. Kian said, I would say that it's best for Randy to induct Cena into the Hall of Fame. Cena will induct Randy for his Hall of Fame. Your thoughts, or will Kurt induct Cena? No, I don't. I think there's a chance that it could be... I think Vince. I think Vince, there's a good chance. Vince says that Cena is the perfect WWE superstar. He embodies everything. He's got promo, he's got wrestling, he's got the look, he does the charity stuff, he does the media stuff, his connection with the fans. I think that Triple H could put him in. I think that Vince could put him in. I think that Kurt could put him in. Randy could put him in. Undertaker could put him in. I mean, like, really, pick whoever you want. He's one of the biggest stars ever. He's had feuds and matches with pretty much everyone. And I always think, though, for someone like that, that's where, like, Vince inducting them is special. Vince doesn't induct that many people. And I think that someone like Cena's definitely earned Vince doing that. And I think that you could say that Randy's earned it as well. So it could be that they induct each other. It could be that Vince gets involved. It could be that Triple H gets involved. There's so many options, you know, and so many good options. Vince said, has Vince put anyone in the Hall of Fame? Yeah, well, he technically induct Undertaker, and I think he inducted Stone Cold. I mean, there's been a few that he's put in, yeah. John Cena is one of the greatest, but greatest all time for me, no, says Wilfredo. Vince could get inducted, said Zoom Station. It'd be nice if the paralegals put him in. It'd be nice if the paralegals are all standing on stage and because of, obviously, the fact they can't say anything, they just have to stand there for a while and then they just kind of point to the side and then Vince comes out. That's how I would book it. That's how I would book it. That's what she said. Said, I'd like to get another younger, hard times breed better men. King Kinshasa said, my dad said when I was young, hard times breed better men. Have I, oh, hang on. I'm getting these mixed up. That's what she said. Said, I'd like to get another Drunk Jay and Cody press conference. I thought that comment didn't make sense because my brain mixed them together. The Real Kyle said, WWE where everyone comes out dancing. I like WWE, but I'm not going to act like everything they do. Same with AEW. I'm open-minded to comedy, but at times it is still wrestling. I think that's a good approach. Listen, everywhere you go, there's opinion. If you look on social media, there's opinion. If you come onto YouTube, there's opinion. There's opinion absolutely everywhere. And yeah, you know, you're right to watch the shows and form your own opinion. Like, there will be some people out there that are young that will love everything. When I was young, I can't remember much about WWE I didn't like, to be honest. When I was young, everything was amazing. Everything seemed cool. Everything seemed just unfathomable. I was impressed with everything. And that's, I think, something you sort of go through when you're young. And then when you get older and you've kind of seen a lot of stuff, you've then built up enough knowledge to go, yeah, that's good, but it was better when we did that. Yeah, this is good, but could you imagine if they did it with such and such person? Like you kind of graduate to that stage then. And then when you get really old like me, you just hate everything. You hate everything, you hate everyone, and life becomes a chore. So those are the 3 stages, to be honest. What's this? Superstar facts? I haven't seen that before. Superstar facts. And we just had a look at some superstar facts for Xavier Woods. Wilfredo said wrestling back then was the best in the 90s and the 2000s. Philippe said Miz, in my opinion, is one of the best. He delivers when he has to lose and delivers when he's on top, a bit like Dolph Ziggler. Is he going to take the title from Gunther? I don't think so, but I don't think he's the worst shout. It's weird because I would have said no, definitely he's not the right person. Because I think there's so many young superstars that need that moment. You know, he's a former champion. He's over. Well, he's over. He's The Miz. Everyone knows The Miz. So you kind of look at it and go, he doesn't need it. But when you actually think about it, people do regard him as a joke. People do class him as a clown, as a joke, as someone that, you know, you often hear people saying you're just a rubbish version of The Miz. You're just a poor man's Miz. You're just a less famous Miz. Like The Miz, his name does get dragged through the mud. So as much as you can look at it and say, nah, it's not right that he beats Gunther, there is another argument that Miz being the one would actually restore some pride to his name, which he does need. He would benefit from. The Judgment Day. Right. 26 minutes to go, and we're just getting the intros. Obviously, we've just had some lengthy entrances. When I was a kid, I always thought it was weird when I heard that someone else was a wrestling fan, said Bishop. Oh, really? I didn't think that was weird. I always thought it was exciting because I didn't have anyone to talk to wrestling with. My parents weren't interested. My brother was too young. He wasn't interested. And so my friends didn't really watch it. But there would be the odd person in your year that might watch it. There was probably more, but didn't speak to everyone. So, yeah, when I was young, it was, I don't think surprising. It was quite exciting because it felt like there was someone I could have a conversation with. I remember being at school and I remember like I knew loads about wrestling because I just, you know, when you're kids, you just want to find out everything. I remember there was this other guy who said he knew loads about wrestling, and just naturally you're like, yeah, but you don't know as much as me. And so we ended up doing this little quiz thing where someone asked questions and me and him were putting in the answers. I don't think anyone actually won, to be honest. I don't remember anyone winning. I don't remember beating him, and I don't remember him beating me. I think we both were just answering questions and getting them right, and it was one of those beautiful moments where we ended up like friends after, because we were like, wow, you know your stuff. And it was a lovely like mega powers coming together. That was cool. I remember that being like I must have been about 12, something like that. 12, 13, I'd say. Probably 12. 12 would be my guess. And that was a cool little memory. But yeah, I can't say I was surprised, but I was very pleased if I met someone that was into wrestling. Because to be honest, for the first 10 years of my life, I didn't even know it existed. I didn't even know it was a thing. I didn't even know about it. So all of a sudden, to then, like, you know, have it as a part of your life and to find out others are aware of it as well was quite exciting. It's not like now. Back then, there was no internet. So it was only your circle of friends that you was really interacting with. There was no chat rooms. No chat rooms. There was no social media. There was no smartphones. In fact, even mobile phones could only call out and they were really expensive. I don't even think there was text messages. It was literally like technology was in its was still in its infancy compared to where we are now. So to find a physical, actual person that was into wrestling that you could have conversations with, potentially learn some stuff from. Not when you're a kid, you don't think you're going to learn anything. You think you know it all. But clearly that's not true. Otherwise, we wouldn't still be learning till this day, would we? If Miz does win the IC title, said Kian, do you think he'll bring back the white strap one when Cody introduces back then? No, I don't think so. I don't think that they're looking to change the design. The Cody might, because Cody changed the IC belt when he won that. So there's a few people thinking that when he wins Roman's belt, could he bring back the winged eagle? Which would be flipping amazing if he did. Amazing if he did. But the fact that, I don't know if you saw, but they've actually got a big WWE championship at the headquarters now. And it's in the design of the belt that Roman's got. So I think it's black, not gold. It's the black WWE championship one. That would suggest they're probably not going to be changing it anytime soon. Otherwise, the big, massive, giant belt that they've put at the headquarters would already be outdated. So I don't think there'll be any changes, no. And I certainly don't think The Miz is going to bring in change. That's what she said, could you imagine telling someone in the 80s that you can take a picture with your phone? Yeah, I mean, you'd have to explain to them what a mobile phone was as well. A lot of people in the 80s might not have heard of them. I mean, back then, they had their own battery that you carried, you know? It was only when we were getting into the 90s we started to move away from that. And I would say, like, mid-90s is when they're starting to become more widely available. I didn't get my first mobile phone till 1999. That's when I got my first phone, 99. Maybe even 2000. It was 99 or 2000, one of those years. Either 99 or 2000. So I'm never the quickest to get to them, so undeniably they were around for a few years before I got one. But going back to the 80s, I mean, that's where you get in flipping separate batteries and everything. So, yeah, mental. Do you know, it's funny going back and watching some old WWE shows because you even get flashes. You even get moments where, like, it flashes. And it's because people are taking pictures with their cameras. And obviously you don't get any of that anymore, which is so good. So good. All the different flashes. I mean, they were cool. It was cool, but it was also a bit annoying and distracting. But now people are taking videos and pictures all the time, and there's no flashing. King Yeti said, can we stop making me feel old about the 80s? Rivi said, I watched wrestling with my brothers and some of my cousins growing up. I watched the NWA and WCW with Flair, Rhodes, and the Four Horsemen. That is cool. Wilfredo said, was it the Yellow Book was so important before technology advancing? Well, Yellow Pages was a book where, and I think they still do it, but if you needed a plumber or you needed a work, like someone to like do your garden or sort out your drive, or you needed a plumber, or you needed a painter and decorator, or you needed, you know, work being done. That's where you would get that information from, yes. The Yellow Pages. Whereas now, I'd imagine, yeah, it's probably all online. But yeah, back then, that was what the Yellow Pages did. And it was called that because it was yellow, and the pages were yellow. It's pretty straightforward. The first phone I got, I had no idea how to space when I sent text, so all my messages had no spaces. Do you remember when you first got a phone? And I don't think people do this now, to be honest, but my mom still does it a bit. You only had so many characters when you were sending a text. So people would put what as in W-O-T, what, and mate as M8, mate. And like, this is where lol came from, and all these kind of things. They come from the fact that there was limited character space. And so if you wanted to like get a lot of messages across, then you would use these abbreviations, LMFAO and lol, and all of that came from the fact that there just wasn't much room in your text character space. And obviously that transitioned very well to Twitter as well, because there was limited character space there. But I don't think people do that now. I don't think they do. With, like, you know, what, W-O-T, and mate, M8, all that kind of text speech is what it was known as. But my mom still does it. Love, L-U-V. That was another one, wasn't it? You what, mate? Yeah, yeah. You what, mate? Yeah, yeah. All of that stuff. It's weird, isn't it? It's weird to think that's what we were sending back then. But you had to, because, like, texts they weren't expensive, but the characters were limited. And if you wanted to get a load of information across, you would really have to cut down the amount of characters you were using. Do you know what? I don't send texts now, so I don't know. I don't know if they're still limited. People don't use that now, do they? They tend to use WhatsApp. They use WhatsApp here in the UK. You might have a different version in America. I don't know. But here, everyone's on WhatsApp, and you can send free messages. I don't think there's character restrictions on that, but I don't use it. I don't use it. I ain't got anyone to talk to. And my parents are on WhatsApp, and they're like, oh, you should join our WhatsApp. I'm like, I don't want to, thank you. I have no interest in what you're babbling on about. It's upsetting having to listen to it. I certainly don't need to read it. Daisy, you looking forward to Paul White in a match on Dynamite this week? I'll be more excited if he survives, to be honest. His leg looked all kinds of messed up, didn't it, when he came out? So hopefully he makes it through. The first phone I had, I took daddy pictures and big bro pictures. We are all wrestling freaks, said King Kinshasa. Cynthia said, I plan on sending out Christmas cards. I need to get your address, William. Oof. I don't think he's legally allowed to give it out, Cynthia, because of the register thing. Cody in the corner. Chop coming in there by Finn. What match are we on now? Cody, Jay, Judgment Day. It's for the titles. Crowd are a little bit quiet. I don't think anyone's expecting Jay and Cody to win this. But are we going to get Drew? My first phone was an iPhone 4 or 5. I think I can remember, but I switched to Samsung, and that was in 2014, 2015. Mine was a Nokia. Whatever the famous Nokia is, like the 8410 or whatever. I don't know. My mate was needed some money, and he was selling it for 25 quid. And I didn't need a phone. But for 25 quid, I was like, might need it one day. I'll buy that. So I bought it. I didn't need it. But still a cool thing to carry round. I still felt like I was flipping the man. I still felt like Ric Flair. I mean, granted, everyone had one by that point, but even so, you know. Damien with Planet. It was pay as you go as well. Pay as you go. Don't think that's a thing so much now. It might be, but I don't think it's as much. But back then, you used to get top-up cards. So you'd get like £5. Oh, I'm running low, man. I need some credit. I need to get a £5 top-up card. So you'd get a £5 top-up card and put it on. Mitchell said, do you remember playing Snake? Yes, Snake, man. That was the game. That was the main thing that you wanted the phone for, to be honest. Sending texts and playing Snake. Yes. Oh my God, there's probably a load of kids that don't know what Snake is. Kick coming in there. That's a good shout, that is, Mitchell. Yeah, Snake was the bomb. Shot coming in. Down goes Damian Priest. Charging over the top to the outsides. Do you know what? I'm really disappointed, actually, that you can't get better games for phones now. A lot of the games you get now, I mean, they're probably good, but they're all, you know, subscription stuff, aren't they, really? Like, oh, they're free, but, you know, it's in-app purchases. You can't go and buy, like, Zelda and all this stuff, even though phones can definitely run those types of games. You know, it could easily run stuff from, like, the Wii and Wii U and stuff on a mobile phone. Easy. PS3, all that kind of stuff. But you can't buy that kind of stuff for a mobile phone. Feels like a real missed opportunity, man. I'd love to play a bit of Zelda and stuff like that on my phone. Mario and whatever. When they come out with new games, they could have, like, phone versions, which are just a little more stripped back, a little quicker. Maybe they don't charge as much for them, but that could be good. Because I don't think I've ever found a game on my phone that has really replaced consoles. We're at commercial break, by the way. I don't think I've ever found a game. Has anyone ever found a game that they absolutely love on their mobile phone? Like, they can't live without it. I know, like, Alex plays Supercard. But, like, it's not really the same, is it? It's like, not Zelda. It's not Sonic. It's not Mario. It's not Tomb Raider. It's not Resident Evil. J-Love said, we've had Uno. Oh, I've never played Uno. Maybe I'd like that. James said, my dad still had and has his Nokia 3210 till the day he died in 2015, and it still worked. 3210, I wonder if that was the one I had. That does sound like the famous one, Nokia 3210. It's a iconic phone, that is. Mario Run, said Scottish Nightmare. Yeah, those run games, they're like Temple Run type games. It's not the same, though. It's not like the 2D platform stuff, unless it's not what I'm thinking it is. I thought it would be like the Temple Run stuff. Dragon Quest. Don't know it. Dragon Quest. Flappy Bird. Pocket Tanks is the GOAT, said Mr. Unfamiliar. My favourite game is Dragon Ball Xenoverse. What is your favourite? Do you know what? It's really boring, and I'm very sorry, but my favourite game might be Premier Manager from the Mega Drive, the Genesis. It's just text, really, but you build a football team. And you play games. I mean, it's just, you're literally watching as the clock ticks down, and like you take a shot. Am I going to score? No, I missed. I'm taking a shot. I've scored 1-0, and you do that basically, and you improve your stadium. You finish as high up the league as you can. You sell players. You buy players, but it's all text. There is pictures, like, you know, when you're improving your stadium, you can see the stadium improving. You can even, I think, to be honest, I don't think you could even see the players playing the game. I don't think you could do that. I never did that because it took too long. So instead, you just went ultra fast. You know, you could get through a game in a couple of minutes. And then, like, you know, you do a Caesar. I remember just spending whole days where I would start at, like, lunchtime, have some lunch, take my team, set it all up, go through a season, get promoted, try and work my way up. By the end of the day, I'm in Europe, like in the Premier League. And I've got like an amazing team, and that taking. I always enjoy taking something that's like rubbish and leveling up. I think doesn't matter how you do it. Doesn't matter if it's a character that you improve or if it's a football team that you improve. But taking something that you can level up and taking something that you can improve, so that you can take on bigger challenges. That system is a system I've always enjoyed. So you can have platforming games and adventure games and stuff like that, but anything that involves some sort of leveling up, so you can face bigger challenges, but not the kind of mobile games that just never end. There's got to be an end in sight, you know? There's got to be an end goal. A lot of these games, you level up, but they keep adding levels, and you just keep going and going and going and going, and there is no end in sight. I'd want one where you level up and that you can win the game. This is why I don't like mobile games, because they never end. They just keep going. Because they're just money-making machines, aren't they? That's all they are. They just want your money. Whereas with a console game, at least there's a finish. So, yeah, it's a boring answer, but that's probably the one I've played the most. I do love Fallout as well, though. That's a great game. Fallout 3. And Borderlands was a great game as well. Shots coming in there by Cody and GoldenEye. Goated. Bionic Elbow. Where are we? 7 minutes. We got 7 minutes. Are we going to get Damian Priest? Rumors are Damian's going to come in. I don't think it'll be the biggest surprise, but it will be a moment. Kick coming in there by Finn. And it could set up a big Raw next week as well. If Drew gets involved here, then it could set up a big week next week for Randy. The original Zelda was hard for the Nintendo. Do you know what? I have never played any Zelda game. And I really do want to change that. I want to play a Zelda game. The problem is, if you play Zelda on an emulator, it doesn't match up with the buttons, because, like, I've got an emulator for my Steam Deck, but the buttons are nothing like an N64 or a GameCube. So it says press this, do this, and it's not. It doesn't, like, it takes you a while to work it all out. You need to play it on a proper console, really, with a proper controller. So, yeah, Zelda is one that I would love to give some time to. Big splash. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Maybe, I don't know if you can get the older Zeldas on a Switch. Maybe that would be something that would be worth looking at. Getting a Switch. And, because at least then you've got all the proper buttons. I think emulators are really good for, like, certain games, but there's other games, like the Nintendo stuff can be tricky, man. Because an N64 had buttons everywhere. There was one on the very back. There was the triggers on the top. There was 4 over here. There was a center stick as well. Like, that can be hard to map on a different controller. Clothesline by Damien. Cynthia said, what was your favorite game growing up? Well, that football one was the one I played a lot, but I also put a lot of time into Sonic 2 and Street Fighter. Street Fighter 2 was a big one as well. I used to play that a lot. Street Fighter 2, Sonic 2. Oh, Cody looking for a crossroads, and he gets it. Yeah, Street Fighter 2, Sonic 2, anything on, well, any big game on the Genesis, because I had a Genesis. We called it a Mega Drive. Oh, NBA Jam. Sonic 2, Street Fighter 2, NBA Jam, and that football game. Okay, he's going for a cover. Finn is down 2, but Damien makes the save. Damien makes the save. Cody comes over. He grabs Damien, hurls him out the ring. Cody against the ropes. Suicide dive. We've got 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Cody goes into the ring post. Oh, part of the ring post came off. Such was the impact that part of the ring post just fell away. You know, it's that stuff that like goes around protecting the LED screens. It's just a panel. Botch. Ring post botched. I don't know what's going on, but they just kind of stopped momentarily. Jay goes over the top. He comes down on Finn and Damien. Cody's down on the edge of the ring. Finn gets chucked back into the ring. Jay is down. Jay looks over. There's Drew. So Drew has arrived. Drew, Claymore. Down goes Jay. So Drew with a Claymore. And in the ring goes Jay Uso. Yeah, it was weird. Like, the pace of the match just really fell apart there. And it was because we were just waiting for Drew. Drew made his presence felt. He Claymores Jay. Drew walks away. Finn looks in his direction. And there's no great surprise to this. This was expected. But the bigger question is, do we get Randy next week? That's what this sets up. It's not so much about this. It's about next week. Because all of a sudden, if Drew's going to join up with the Judgment Day, the faces are going to need another person. And everyone's looking at Randy coming back potentially next week. It's going to be good, man. It's going to be good. Don't miss next week's Raw. Don't you dare miss next week's Raw. It could be an absolutely massive moment. It could be absolutely huge. Who won? It was the Judgment Day that won. Randy, says Robert. Randy and Drew at Mania, said Wrestle with Andy. Here is Mommy. Mommy's here. Mommy comes out. She's looking at Drew. She puts her hand out towards Drew. Drew shaking Mommy's hand. Smile on Mommy's face. So there is a handshake. Road Rash 123 says Michael. John said, I'm sick of Raw ending with Judgment Day every week. Callum said, it is getting tasty. Okay, who would you prefer at Survivor Series, Randy or CM Punk? We had over 700 votes. I said I would say if it didn't go the way that I thought, and it didn't go the way I thought. I really thought that CM Punk would win. The reason being is because I think we're expecting Randy to return, but there's no guarantee that CM Punk's going to come in. So I would have thought that people would have been more into CM Punk coming in because there's no guarantee of that. But it's come out about 60-40 in favor of Randy Orton. Right, let's go over to the community tab as well. We'll get that thing up, so we'll see what people think of the show tonight. Feel free to put your scores into the chat right now. What did you score WWE Raw? What did you think about it tonight? What did you think? Did you like it? Did you rate it? Did you love it? Did you hate it? What did you think of the show? I think that's, you know, as we said, look, that's not the biggest surprise. I would have been more surprised had the show not ended with Drew. But it's what it sets up. It's what it sets up. Because even if the expectation is that Randy is going to be around next week, seeing Randy for the first time since May of 2022 is going to be, you know, incredible. It's been oh god, what a moment that's going to be, man. What a moment. If that is what we're getting, what a moment that's going to be. Super, super excited for next week. So excited. So yeah, this might not be the biggest shock in the world. It might not be something that is going to really massively resonate with people. I don't know. Maybe it will. Maybe it won't. But what it sets up next week is going to be huge. Mitchell said, I'm at a 6.75. What about you? I would go lower, to be honest. I'd be about a 6 for this. I think there was some nice moments that stopped it being a disaster, but I thought the in-ring was a bit flat tonight. You know, that main event, I didn't for a second think that Jay and Cody were winning that. The women's matches were really flat, really quiet. Tegan Piper, Indy Zaya was a bit of a weird ending. Ciampa against Ludwig didn't really have a great deal to it. I'd say the best in ring tonight was Otis and Nakamura. I'd say that was the best in ring, and the first segment was solid. As I said, I think there was enough here to stop this being a disaster. But and it was better than I expected. I was definitely fearing a worse show than what we ended up with, and it was not a chore to watch. I wasn't sat here for 3 hours going, oh God, when's this going to end? Oh, is it done yet? I was not feeling that at all. At all. So, better than I expected. But for me, I'd be around a 6. Legend Killer said 6. Robert said 6, 7, 8, 9. Main event just dragged. A. Jobson said, this Raw felt like a show where the main talking point was the main event and everything else was just necessary filler to give some new faces time to shine with a main roster crowd. A. Jobson says 8. Veggie B said Bronson versus Ivar. I can't wait. Big meaty men slapping meat. Khalid said, if Randy returns next week, will you be happy? Yes. Yes. And it doesn't even matter that it's been long rumored and ruined, because I think if you can't get excited for one of the best wrestlers of all time returning after being out of the ring for 16, 17 months, someone who genuinely I feared might never return. And I'm not just saying that. I've said it all year. I've said it all year. I said the surgery that he had was serious, serious surgery. And, you know, people were saying, oh, will he be back at WrestleMania and all this kind of stuff? And we were saying, listen, if he gets back at all, it's a hell of an achievement, because the surgery he's had and what he's been through has been serious. So it isn't just, it's not just a return. This is bigger than that. This is one of the greats, one of the greatest, coming back from something which we didn't know that he was going to make it back from. And if rumors are to be believed, doctors have even said he shouldn't come back, if rumors are to be believed. So, yeah, you've got, I can't imagine too many people not being excited for that return. Can't imagine too many people aren't going to be losing their minds. It's one of those where it's still not confirmed, and plans can change, of course. I'm expecting it, but it's not going to mean that it's not going to be an incredible moment. And Randy is known all over the world, isn't he? I mean, you know, there's certain superstars that we're just learning about, finding out about. If you watch NXT, you might know him. If you don't, you might not have heard of him, blah, 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 blah. Randy Orton is known from flipping Arkansas to Timbuktu, right? He's known all over the world. It doesn't matter if you're in a flipping city in India, if you're in Australia, if you're in Singapore, if you're in Spain, France, England, Mexico, Canada, Hawaii, China. I don't know where else there is in the world that we've not mentioned. Africa, Antarctica. You know, if you've got even a passing interest in wrestling, you know Randy Orton. So the fact he's been away for so long and he could be coming back next week is going to be very exciting. Maka said, my prediction next week is Judgment Day will beat down Team Cody, outnumbering them, and then I Hear Voices will play. Thoughts? Yep. He's coming in. Yeah. I will be surprised if it's not him. Either way, the Raw next week is going to be unmissable. Cynthia said, I wonder how Randy would be if he joined Cody's team at War Games, knowing that Jay is on the team. The last time he was there, Jay and Jimmy unified the titles with help from Roman. John said, The Rock is on Jimmy Fallon tonight, is he? Jennifer said, stop having pay-per-view main event 1,000 times on Raw before the actual pay-per-view. There's something to be said about the golden era when you had 4 pay-per-views and the matches were special and rare. Randy is known in the Antarctica and no one even lives there. That's true. Dean says, don't forget about the people in space. That's a great point. International Space Station. They know Randy. Excellent. Because Sean said, what do you rate the show tonight? I'd give it about a 6. I think that there was a big reliance on emerging talent tonight, which isn't a bad thing, but I just don't think they're really in great feuds. I think that Zaya and Becky could be fun, but Zaya against Indy, Hartwell. And it was just a night of that, really. There was a lot of that tonight. I think the in-ring, I don't know that there was much. I don't know that there was much in-ring that shone. That Nakamura Otis match was very good, though. I have to give them props for that. And I thought the opening segment was very good as well. The Drew reveal at the end. There's definitely things dotted throughout this show that meant that it was not a disaster. And I know I'm repeating myself, but I really did fear the worst when I saw the lineup for tonight. You go down the matches and you're just like, oh, man, this all feels like filler. It all feels like, it's just here to kill time. But the show was better than that. It was better than that. So, yeah, good, positive 6, but not a bad 6, not a downer. One that I'm actually surprised that we actually got that high, but I can't say that this is a 7 or an 8 for me. But, we move on, and we move on to NXT tomorrow, which hopefully is going to give us a good show to get our teeth into as well. So don't forget, we are back tomorrow. We're back with NXT. And if you've not been watching NXT, some really good stuff going on there. We're actually working our way towards a big show. NXT Deadline. It's going to be the last big WWE show of the year. So we do Survivor Series, and then in December we've got NXT Deadline. So we are working towards that. So it's a good time to watch NXT because we are building towards that Deadline show. And I think there's an outside chance that Jade Cargill could make her presence felt there. And then we're done with the year, pretty much. We'll get like a few Christmas special episodes, maybe a taped episode, and, we'll bodge our way through December. And then we'll get to January, and then we're on the road to the Rumble. And then, of course, we're on the road to WrestleMania. So, we're back tomorrow with NXT. We are doing AEW, of course, on Wednesday. And then we'll do a member stream on Thursday. We've got SmackDown on Friday. And then we're, well on the roads to Survivor Series. We'll have predictions up on Sunday. Lots coming up over the next couple of weeks before it then goes quiet. But we're not going anywhere. In fact, I think Raw is on Christmas Day, and we'll be here for that as well. So we'll be live on Christmas Day as we watch Raw, which is almost certain to either be a taped show or a best of show, but either way, I'll still be here. And I think that's everything. Thanks a lot for watching, my friends. I really do appreciate the support, especially for an episode which on paper maybe didn't inspire too much, but has certainly set up a big week for next week. And we'll see what NXT can deliver for us tomorrow. So thanks for watching. Have a great evening wherever you are. And I will see you again next time. Bye for now.